This can occur in several ways, including by dialing *9 from your phone to raise your hand and request to speak for public comment. To unmute yourself, dial *6. You can also provide public comment for this meeting by sending an email to countyclerks@lyon-county.org the day prior to the posted meeting date. Be sure to type public comment in the subject line. Written public comments may also be mailed to the Lyon County Community Development Office at 27 South Main Street in Yerington, Nevada, 89447. But all public comments must be received prior to the date of the meeting if the comments are to be included in the supplemental materials. Any public comment received the day of the meeting will be compiled and added as supplemental materials to the county's website and distributed to the Planning Commission within 24 hours after the meeting. Members of the public may attend the meeting in person at the Greg Honeywell Lyon County Commission Chambers at 27 South Main Street, Yerington, Nevada. We'll move forward with roll call. Commissioner Katie Baker, Commissioner Andrew Merritt,
Here.
Commissioner Audrey Allen. I am Commissioners Shannon Sarasola, Commissioner Mark Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Loretta Sell,
Here.
and Commissioner Wendy Loomis.
Here.
We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Katie Baker is going to lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Katie. Public participation. No action will be taken on any of the items until it's properly agendized. Members of the public who wish to address the Planning Commission may approach the podium and speak on matters related to the Lyon County Planning Commission, but not on items appearing on the agenda. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record and to sign and print their name on the form at the lectern. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person or topic. The commission reserves the right to reduce this 3-minute time limit, as well as limit the total time for public comment. If your item requires extended discussion, please request the chair to calendar the matter for a future planning commission meeting. The planning commission will not restrict comments based on viewpoint. The same applies to public testimony on each agenda item. The chair may reopen public participation at any time during the meeting. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item on the agenda. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. We're going to move to review and adoption of the agenda. Do we have any public comment on the agenda?
Just general public comment before we go into this.
Okay, prior to moving to that, do we have any public comment on anything else? It does not appear we do in public. How about online? We show no one online. So does anybody have any public comment for the review and adoption of the agenda? Okay, I will take a motion on that.
To adopt the agenda.
I have a motion by Commissioner Allen. I was going to say Aubrey, I knew that wasn't correct. And a second by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Passes 7-0. Next, for possible action is approval of the minutes. For possible action to approve the minutes from the January 13, 2026 meeting. Does, before we go to public comment, do any of the commissioners have any comments?
I'd like to commend Miss Brandy for excellent minutes. I couldn't find one mistake. Well done.
Perfect, we'll take that.
Didn't find any either.
Thank you, Brandy. Do we have any public comment in the audience? We have none. How about online? We don't have anybody online either, so I will take a motion for that.
Wendy Loomis, I will make a motion to approve the minutes from January 13th as presented. I'll second that.
Seconded by Loretta Sell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposing say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to the advisory board reports. Do we have any advisory board reports? We do not, so we're going to move on to public hearing items. 7A for possible action, to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from GDA Degree Incorporated for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map split zone designations from the Title 10 districts of Limited Commercial District C1 and Fifth Rural Residential District 20 acres RR5 to the Title 15 district of Rural Residential 20 acre minimum RR20 for an 18-acre parcel located at 20 Hoy Canyon Road in Smith Valley, APN 010-631-32, PLZ-2025-102. Lisa Nash will be our staff report. Thank you.
Sorry, try that again. Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. So for this zoning map amendment, this property is located, next slide, please, is located at 20 Hoy Canyon Road in Wellington. It's 18 acres in total, and it generally slopes from the north to the south. Access to this parcel exists from State Route 208. Under the master plan, the subject site is located within the rural character district in western Smith Valley. The master plan designates the property as rural residential, as you can see in the right-hand map. The proposed zoning map amendment to RR20 is an allowed zoning, as it shows here, within the rural residential master plan land use is shown on this table. So the applicant is asking to make the zone change to zoning of RR20. The property is currently split zoned. It has a small portion of commercial on it, and they are asking to change that. This is an existing property that is less than 20 acres, but is in the RR5 Title 10 district. So although we won't be improving that with the zone change, the immediately following tentative parcel map number one will correct that and change it from 18 and include it in a larger 43 acre parcel. So we are starting with the zone change, moving to tentative parcel map number 1 and tentative parcel map number 2 to ultimately end up with the same 6 lots we started with, and all the zoning correct, no split zoning at the end ultimately, and everything allowing for a small buildable lot on some of these steeper properties. So this change would make the entire lot consistent with the master plan use of rural residential, and as I said, is the first step towards 2 tentative maps that the applicant has submitted. Ultimately, we are not increasing anything or changing any intensity of use on these properties. So with this, we'll go right into the findings and the highlights. As usual, we have to meet the findings in chapter 15.220.05 when we're requesting to amend zoning. As I pointed out, the zoning map amendment to RR20 is an allowed use, and the property is surrounded by agriculturally developed lands and ranches and farms with private residences, and a lot of it's vacant still. The split zoned and the commercial portion of the existing property is not compatible with the master plan of rural residential, while the proposed zoning is compatible, and it supports a couple policies in the master plan, LU 1.1, which is follow development patterns as established in the land use plan, and policy LU 2.2, service levels to vary by character areas. That one basically says that we are not doing anything different from what's already existing or is proposed for the area. When we go to finding B, it does not introduce a new need for public services. Everything out there is on well and individual wells and septic, as are all the surrounding properties. And for finding C, it is compatible with the actual or master planned adjacent uses. It does not change the density in the area, nor would it introduce an incompatible use to the area in staff's opinion. So with that, staff does recommend that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners, and here is a motion for you if you want to see that. So I am available for questions.
Do any of the commissioners have questions? We're going to start on the end with Loomis.
Yeah, I do. Morning, Miss Lisa. This probably is a really stupid question, but it doesn't make sense to me.
No, please.
We are going to rezone this to Title 15 District of Rural Residential, 20-acre minimum or R20 on an 18-acre parcel, but it says 20-acre minimum.
Because this is a temporary stop and it is already subject to our R20 guideline rules right now. If you look on the, what would be the 4th page of the report, I should have probably put that on the slides. But you can see it's already split between RR5, Title 10, which has a 20-acre minimum, and C1. So we're actually not getting all the way to meeting code, but we're getting a step there by enlarging it slightly. And then tentative parcel map number 1, which will be filed immediately, as soon as if it's approved for the final maps, is going to correct that completely. And we will no longer have any non-conforming lots.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I should have included that in the staff report, but thank you for asking. It was not a stupid question.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, that's in my backyard, so I went off to look at it the other day, and I mean, trying to find it was impossible. From Ashland Canyon Road, it's like, geez, does anybody really want to build on that thing up there? It's bumpity up going up the hill. But one of my concerns was that they built a house out there, very expensive house, and never hit water. And so the water's being brought in for that house. I know the BDR built the thing, and the people built it before they found out whether there was good water or not out there.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I was unaware of that.
Yeah. They're actually trucking water in for them. So I just was concerned that, that there is actually water there before they start to do construction.
Any development out there, if you don't mind,
No, I get you.
senior planner Lisa Natch, any development out there at all will require to prove for well and septic prior to allowing construction to begin. They cannot just go ahead and build and then find out they don't have a well. So it happens. It has happened in the past. We are working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen going forward.
Yeah, this is kind of putting the horse before the cart kind of thing, because it was a multi-million-dollar home that they put out there.
Is that the one up higher on the bluff?
Yeah.
I have no knowledge of that property at all, so I can't
Yeah.
comment.
Okay.
I think I'm going to turn this over to Gavin Henderson, our community development director.
Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director. So you are correct. That property is further west along the river than this location. Water does amazing things. That property is located right next to the river. You can imagine possibility of not reaching water, but you are correct. And we do have a property out there alongside the river. It could be in a separate aquifer from where the potential building of these homes could be located. So we do, like Lisa said, address that issue further down the road.
That's fine. I was just concerned, that that's made aware of that there are water issues.
When we get to the next tentative parcel
Okay.
map, you will see that just below, right in this same general area, there's 2 commercial buildings and they already have wells on those lots directly adjacent to this.
Okay.
So those properties have all been able to find water.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions?
No.
Okay. I'll take a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion. Oh, you have.
I'm sorry, public comment?
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Thank you.
Good thing you're paying attention. Need to open this up for public comment. Does anybody in the lobby have any public comment? Anybody online? Okay, now Audrey, you can make your motion.
Based on findings A through C, I move that the planning commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from GBA Degree Inc. for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map split zone designations from the Title 10 districts of limited commercial district C1 and 5th rural residential district 20 acres R5 to the Title 15 district of rural residential 20 acre minimum RR20 for an 18 acre parcel located at 20 Coy Lane, Coy Canyon, Road in Smith Valley, APN 010-631-32 PLZ-2025-102.
I'll second that.
It was seconded by Commissioner Sellers. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 7B and 7C. We're going to read them separately, but Ms. Nash is going to present them together. So for 7B, for possible action to approve the request from GDA Degree Inc. for a tentative parcel map to merge and re-subdivide 3 parcels into 3 parcels with differing acreages, the smallest being 3.72 acres located at 20 and 30 Hoy Canyon Road and 2805 Highway 208 in Smith Valley, APNs 010-631-32 and 33 and 37, PLZ 2025-107. 7C for possible action is to approve the request from GDA Degree Incorporated for a tentative parcel map to merge and subdivide 4 parcels into 4 parcels with differing acreages, the smallest being 3.96 acres, located at 20, 40, 50, and 80 Hoy Canyon Road in Smith Valley, APNs 010-631-34-35-36, and parcel 3 from TPM1 PLZ 2025-103. Ms. Nash.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. So my PowerPoint here is going to discuss both tentative maps because they don't make tentative parcel map number 1 is to get to tentative parcel map number 2, which corrects everything out here, including having RR20 with 18 acres. So this is all building on each other, and I'm presenting the 2 parcel maps together. So the vicinity map on the left is tentative parcel map number 1 and has the 3 parcels with acreages of 18, 21.19, and 12.5. The vicinity map on the right is tentative parcel map number 2, has 4 parcels, 4 existing parcels with acreages of 21.44, 22.99, 21.38, and then parcel 3 from tentative map number 1 is on here, and that is 43.16. So that's where we correct, we start to correct the 18 acres. So on the next slide, the master plan designation for the, as discussed previously, is rural residential, and it's mixed use within the Smith Valley Rural Character District. The mixed use is along the highway, and it's where the CMU-R zoning is. So for tentative parcel map number 1 on the left, the zoning on the subject parcels are, this is assuming the, let me back up. So we get a little confusing here. The zone map amendment has to go before the board next for final approval. So although you can approve the tentative parcel maps, they are based upon, they have a condition that says they cannot go to final, cannot be recorded if the zone change isn't approved. Because otherwise we end up with a lot of split zoning and extreme weirdness in all of this that wouldn't be allowed. So I'm sorry, the left map shows green NC, that's how it's in our GIS right now, but assuming the zone change, it's going to go to all pink RR20. And the little bit of commercial is going to be, is gone, and we'll move forward with that. So the zoning on here is showing the updated to Title 15 standards, not the existing zoning. And that's where we show on tentative parcel map number 1, RR20, and then some CMU-R, which is commercial mixed use rural. Sorry. Tentative map number 1, lot 32, which you can see is the green portion in the middle over there, is the subject of the ZMA that you just heard, and is converting all of that NC to RR20. there, as I said, there is a condition that these can't move forward and be filed if they don't get that zone change from the board. For tentative parcel map number 2 on the right, the zoning on the parcels is all RR5, well, most of it's RR5, 5th rural residential district with 20 acres. Some of it is actually going to say RR20 because that's this Title 15 that we're changing to, but it's all the same as we've gone over many times. Parcel map 3. So when we get into the change, tentative parcel map number 1 is going to make that shape parcel map number 3, parcel 3 from number 1, and we'll get to that in just a moment. So moving on. Here is a very confusing drawing. I attempted to outline where certain parcels are, and if we have confusion, I'm happy to show it up on the screen. But the outlines in green are the, let's see. The outline in green are the existing parcels that we are going to change into the outlines in red. So basically what we're making is 2 small commercial properties on the highway, and we're changing, combining all of the rest into that parcel 3 from number 1. So, proposed parcels 1 and 2 already have existing commercial buildings with well and septic, and the proposed parcel 3 is currently vacant. So we can go on. The next one has some more details. So, the map on the right shows the topography and existing development that is out there. On there, you can see where the buildings are. You can see where the division's going to be a little clearer. Parcel on the left side is showing where the lots were and where they will go to. So this application is an intermediate step towards the ultimate land division included in tentative parcel map number 2. We are creating a temporary split zoning on proposed parcel 3 with a portion on the north end having a zoning of that CMU-R. That portion, the 3.96 acres, will then become a standalone parcel under the tentative parcel map number 2. We're doing it this way to not create additional lots, to not change densities. And again, we've also conditioned that they have to be recorded together. That tentative parcel map number 1 cannot be recorded unless tentative parcel map number 2 is sitting right there with it. Okay, so 1 will be recorded, 2 will be recorded. They have to go in together. So let's move on. Now we're moving to tentative parcel map number 2, which is going to help some of this make more sense. It's, as always, a tentative parcel map is required for the division of property into 4 or fewer parcels. This is actually merging and re-subdividing 4 parcels back into 4 different parcels. I do want to make a note on error on my page 6 of the report. I had the wrong acreages for the land division for this one, and I apologize. These were the larger ones I read in before, and you can see on the screen there. All of these parcels are currently vacant. When we get to this map, again, you can see where the red and the green are, where the 4 parcels are. And this tentative map actually does include tentative parcel map number 1 from tentative parcel map number 1, that parcel 3. The subdivision right here, this merge and re-subdivision will split off that CMU-R zoning into its own lot, now removing all split zoning from this property and assuring that every RR5/RR20 property is over 20 acres. As you can see, can we go back again for a second? So as you can see, the proposed where we end up, everything is well over 20 acres. And there is a, for parcel 3A, those 3.96 that we're going to make, the little one at the top, that parcel is 3.96 acres in a zone that lets you go as low as 1 acre. So it meets the requirements for that. all of these parcels are vacant and will require wells and septic systems with any new development. So that answers your question from the last. It is required and it is also in our conditions of approval. So any questions right now, what we're doing? Believe me, it took a lot of time to wrap my head around it, and I want to see if you have questions right now.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
Yeah, looking at these parcels, it looks like two of those parcels have access and off of 208. And the others have access on Hoy Canyon. Is that the way it lines
Yes.
out? Okay.
I think so. Is the applicant here? I don't see them. What?
Jared.
Oh, Jarrett's online. Let's ask Jarrett to answer that question for you, if you don't mind.
No.
Jarrett, do you mind unmuting and addressing access to these properties?
Yes, my name is Jarrett Schuman. I'm the applicant's representative with the Resource Concepts. And yes, there is easements in place off Hoy Canyon Road. And there's access off State Route 208 by a bridge just to the southeast. I think the existing map might show it better, but yes, there is record easements in place.
I guess my question is that just those 208 only services 2 lots? Because it looks like it's landlocked otherwise.
Well, if you look at parcel 3, there's a Y that goes up towards the natural wash. And there's an easement should be in place. If not, there will be easement created.
Good with that.
That's fine, and I will make a note that our county surveyor definitely checks for all the easements to make sure we don't landlock anything before we record a final map.
Okay,
as well.
great. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Commissioner Sarasola. He addresses a bridge off of State Route 208. This increase in these lot sizes is not going to cause a problem with the bridge and transportation getting back and forth. It's built to the standards of increasing traffic.
Since we are actually not, senior planner Lisa Nash, since we are actually not creating any additional lots, we are not allowing any more intense uses on those lots or changing the zoning to a more intense use. It's exactly the same as would be allowed with what we have now. Basically, their point was, if you can see a little bit on the map on the right, with the topo, the red is the higher slopes. They're creating at least some part of a buildable parcel on every property. Otherwise, some of them had almost nothing to work with.
Right.
So, yes, I don't believe with 4 potential houses, because we're going 6 to 6. Okay, or 3 actually. Because we've got 3 CMUs properties and then 3 residential behind them. So we started with 6, we're ending with 6.
Ending with 6. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ellen?
I just want to comment that this project is more complex than just submitting it and reading it. Because it did create a lot of questions, and I appreciate your presentation clarifying all of these differences between zoning as well. That was a big one, but just in what it's going to ultimately turn out to be, and what you're trying to do is fix something that wasn't proper to begin with, right?
That's ultimately what we are doing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're gonna open it up for public comment. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, if you want, you've reviewed the findings. I am assuming everybody's looked at them. Do you want me to discuss them? It's pretty much exactly what we've already talked about. We can skip through that if you are all comfortable. Are you all comfortable with that?
Yep.
Great. Let's skip that and go to questions.
Public comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do public comment from inside the building. Anybody here for public comment? When you step up, please sign your name and then give your name out loud for the record.
Jim DeChambeau. This is pretty confusing. The map is basically a mystery map. I only know one bridge near Hoy Canyon on 208. So I'm wondering where this bridge is that you're talking about. You know, that, I guess that's my biggest question is where is this bridge? I know where Hoy Canyon Road is and I know where 208 is and I don't know any bridge. I guess my comment is you need a better map.
Thank you. Do you need to provide any clarification on that? No?
Being a planner, Lisa Nash, normally we don't address public comment.
Okay, thank you.
You guys can discuss among yourselves.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready for a motion at this point then? Oh. Sorry, we do have it, sorry. Good morning. So just please sign in with your name and address and then state your name publicly for the record.
My name is Robin Biggs. And what I'm seeing, yeah, I'd like the presentation good. I'd like to know that the bridge and all. I know there's one piece of property up there, there's two houses and one is a dry camp for fishing. They couldn't get water to it. I'm concerned how much water this will take for all these homes like going in, but my biggest concern is, you know, like in this valley in different places, when somebody buys 3.7 acres or, you know, what they have the different acre parcels, the first thing they sometimes do will go in and clear the whole area off. All the native vegetation is gone and then they build the home and then the invasive weeds come in and so I would think that there should be, say, a stipulation that, you know, when the homes are built, the home site, that maybe there's a, you know, regulation of how much, you know, can it be $1 million home and as small as, you know, a bunch of little cabins or something, little, you know, I think it's a neat idea, but I'm just concerned that they'll go in and clear the whole acreage off. And then the invasive weeds come in and it hurts the wildlife when they do that. The mountain bluebirds and stuff can't nest and because of bushes and they look like weeds to an outsider, you know, a bunch of, that would be, I'd like to see it, you know, before it goes too far that they can't do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the lobby? We're gonna move to the online. Does anybody online have any public comment? It does not appear that there is anybody online, so we're going to move to a motion.
Make a motion.
Before you start, so we are going to be working on 7B motions only.
Correct.
Okay.
That would be this. This is 7B. Based on the aforementioned review criteria, I move that the planning commission approve the request for a GDA Degree Inc. for a tentative parcel map to merge and re-subdivide 3 parcels into the 3 parcels with differing acreage. The smallest being 3.72 acres located at 20 and 30 Hoya Canyon Road and 2 what is that? 2805 Highway 208 in Smith Valley, APN 010-631-32-33 and -37. PLZ 2025-107, subject to the condition of approval of the 15 different conditions.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Sellers. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? That motion passes 7-0.
Now we need a motion on 7C.
Now we need a motion for 7C. Prior to that, though, we need to do public comment. So does anybody want to have public comment for item number 7C? Okay, we don't have anybody in chamber, so how about anybody online? We don't have anybody online, so now we'll move to a motion for 7C.
Commissioner Loomis, I'll make a motion. Based on the aforementioned review criteria, I move that the planning commission approve the request from GDA Degree Inc. for a tentative parcel map to merge and re-subdivide 4 parcels into 4 parcels with differing acreages. The smallest being 3.96 acres located at 20, 40, 50, and 80 Way Canyon Road in Smith Valley. APNs 010-631-34-35-36 and parcel 3 from TPM number 1. PLZ 2025-103, subject to the 15 conditions of approval.
I'll second that.
And seconded by Commissioner Sells. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. So we are going to move to number 7D for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request of Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct a 345/120 kilovolt electrical substation, 2 high voltage power lines, and other associated infrastructure for the Nighthawk substation over approximately 32.59 acres of 5 parcels with neighborhood commercial NC zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs at 1200 West US Highway 50. A portion of APN 015-141-13 and 018-551-03. 018-551-04, 018-552-01, 018-552-02, PLZ 2025-109. Staff report will be Mr. Carriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Louis Carriola, Senior Planner presenting. So the project site is located in Silver Springs. On the left, we see our vicinity map showing the location roughly west and north of Highway 50, but west of the intersection with Highway 95A. The highlighted area on the right shows the actual subject parcels. But as we move into this next slide, we can note that the project area is not represented by those subject parcels. Rather, it is only on the order of 34.59 acres. Lyon County Community Development is currently reviewing a tentative parcel map, and the map is yet to be recorded. But once recorded, it will create a single parcel for the entire project area. That tentative parcel map was approved here at the Planning Commission on November 10th, 2025. Here's an image of that map. We'll see this image again in the next presentation. If you've looked at the agenda, we've got 2 items for substations submitted by Microsoft. The first one is larger. We can see that northeast corner in the map shows what will be the newly created parcel once the aforementioned parcel map is recorded. So it's also important to note that Microsoft then also will continue ownership of these parcels, notably that larger parcel to the west, which surrounds sort of horseshoe shapes the NDOT maintenance yard, which accesses Highway 50. I think we've seen this image a number of times now, so I may have just copied it. Let's just move past it. So this image was provided by the applicant in their materials, and it shows both the Nighthawk substation, so that's the name for the one we're reviewing now. And then the second item, which we'll hear next, the Microsoft substations, the Microsoft substation south of this project in purple, and then the large orange parcel represents an area that Lyon County Community Development, again, I'm personally working on an administrative design review for a data center project. So both of these substations are part of a larger campus to be a data center project here or in Silver Springs. This image shows pictures provided by the applicant of the subject site or the project site. Site is vacant, but there are some utility infrastructure installations on site, as well as some roadways, some formal, some not so formal, just used by local residents. And there are some power lines crossing the site. One of the attachments for the report had more photos to detail the entire project area, and the applicants did provide a nice legend to show the perspective for each photo. Jumping into the master plan designations in the character district. On the right, we see the character district in orange. This entire area of Silver Springs is suburban. And suburban, per our master plan, does mean typically that there are public utilities available. In this case, the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company provides the water service in the region, and the Silver Springs GID, administered by Lyon County Utility Department, provides sewer service. The master plan designation is commercial. You may remember just last year, we went through some master plan and zoning changes for Microsoft. And in this case, the designation here is commercial, defined partially here shown on the slide in chapter 3 of our master plan, the land use chapter, as being an area where typical uses are light manufacturing and a range of other industrial and commercial services and operations. And that certainly would describe what's proposed today. The zoning, and just like the master plan image, I did take this from the applicant. Thank you, Ms. Huggins. It took her graphic instead of recreating them. The applicable zoning here, again, having gone through some of the changes in the previous years, Microsoft has this zoned as neighborhood commercial. And I won't belabor the point, but right now we're looking at a split zoned larger section of that large parcel. Technically is split between service industrial and neighborhood commercial. But once the CUPs get through the public hearing process, and presuming they are approved, that final map will record and again create a single parcel for the project area only with neighborhood commercial zoning. The resultant recorded map would also then separate the data center parcel, and it would be entirely service industrial zoning at that point. When considering uses and the entitlement path, staff consults Title 15, our development code. Chapter 320 includes the land use tables. Table 320-2 notes that within the neighborhood commercial zoning district, a conditional use permit is required for power substations. Additionally, there is a code reference to chapter 15336.11. And that language simply states that a conditional use permit is required and that applicable state and federal permits are obtained for the use. I have already mentioned the fact that Microsoft has been working with the county for some time to get to this point where we're moving into the planning entitlements for a project. I really have sort of generalized it here just for the public's sake, and that so the commission can recognize that this has been an incremental process starting back in 2022. When Microsoft first met with Lyon County staff and management and discussed the long-term goals for the project. And then we've been just moving through year after year with rounds of zoning map amendments, some mapping exercises. You may recall there was an abandonment of Rhyolite Lane, a section of that ran through the data center project. We've done a master plan amendment and other zoning map amendments. And now here we are in 2026 with the aforementioned administrative design review for the data center being done at the staff level because it's permitted in the service industrial district, and then considering the 2 conditional use permits today. Jumping right into the project, and the applicant does have ample representation here today and a presentation, so they can provide you with a bit more details of the technical components of a substation. I'm only going to give you broad strokes here in my presentation. But this is a rough, generalized sort of depiction of a substation. I think we are all somewhat familiar with what they look like. I think the high point being here, that this is a larger station than the smaller station that we'll see in the next item. So the 345 kilovolt station will then connect to the Microsoft station, and then that's the step down in power to get to the future data center project. The applicant, in this case, Microsoft, will be completing the grading, access improvements, and as a mitigation measure for this substation, are proposing a 14-foot masonry wall for security and maybe some other reasons that I'll let them expand upon. Ultimately, once this project is completed, however, NV Energy will own and operate this substation, not Microsoft. So this is part of the larger data center complex, and this is their coordination with NV Energy to construct the station for NV Energy. There will be paved access onto the site in discussions with staff, and particularly going through the data center ADR process. We've been able to coordinate what the improvements required by the county will be for the construction phase and grading phase for this site, for the second substation site, and for the data center site. So in this case, the access will be coming in from that northeast corner, and Microsoft would be responsible for improving the access to this site, as well as the access on the site. One of the conditions of approval requires that the applicants attain a approval from the Federal Aviation Administration for a Form 7460-1. The reason being, this site is within the influence area for the Silver Springs Airport, and the proposed structures are as high as 150 feet. So essentially what the FAA approves, and it is their authority, is that within the flight pattern for the airport, that this is seen as being manageable and safe. So staff would be requiring submittal of that approved FAA review prior to issuance of building permits. When reviewing conditional use permits, staff is obligated to make findings from, again, Title 15, Chapter 230.06. And my next slides will kind of jump into some of the highlights of staff's review of these findings. The first here is just a slide with some text. The next two will have maps that depict the BLM above ground utility corridors from the 2020 master plan. I expect that the commission will recall that just last year we did approve, the Board of County Commissioners approved the Silver Springs Technology Park. That is a specific plan for a data center project that also includes substations, and it's located north of this Microsoft site. And the reason being is that the above ground utility corridors represent regions and areas in the county proposed for high voltage power lines, up to 525 kilovolt power lines, to connect to the Nevada Green Link project. The Nevada Green Link project being a statewide implementation by the utility to connect northern and southern Nevada to energy generating systems such as solar arrays, both on public and private lands. The location of these BLM corridors really dictate how it is that the Silver Springs Technology Park, and in this case Microsoft, choose the lands that are appropriate for the type of development proposed. And that's because they are high energy use projects, and that we are looking and seeking for compact development plans. In other words, direct connection to these projects as opposed to high voltage lines crossing over large lengths of the county. So the next two slides, we'll jump into some of the actual maps. So on the left here, and we'll progressively move into tighter and tighter images on the same map. The left shows the entire map, again, from the 2020 master plan. Those lines traversing the county we see coming in from the east, extending north and south, and even a bit west there. The image on the right shows a detailed area there in Silver Springs, where that yellow dot is, it's roughly the intersection of Highway 50 and 95A. And we can see the detail area in a box. And if we move to the next slide, we just start really dialing into where this generalized project area is located. So we can see that large corridor, and these are wide. These are 2/3 of a mile wide. We can see the bulk of this project area located within the corridor. Again, providing the reasoning for why the project is proposed in this location. Some of the highlights from staff's finding, I think running through this, we've already sort of touched on a number of these items, first and foremost being the location of the site relative to those utility corridors. State and federal approvals for a substation would of course be applicable. Independent review by the Lyon County Central Fire Protection District would be part of the permitting process. There is a condition of approval for a limit on noise based on Title 15's limitations for industrial uses. It's listed in the recommended conditions of approval. Again, the 14-foot masonry wall is proposed around the perimeter. The setback of the wall is currently, per the plans submitted as part of the CUP, approximately 173 feet from the eastern property line. Regarding some of the findings associated with impacts to local roadways, recognizing that this site is along the frontage road for US Highway 50, and that construction equipment and material is expected to be coming to this site via other NDOT roadways. When the Lyon County Roads Director had the opportunity to review this proposal, there was no expectation that local roadways would require additional improvements based on the construction phase for the substation. It's probably recognized that substations run 24 hours, but they don't require daily commutes by employees because there aren't employees. So really what we're assessing when we discussed with the roads director, the impacts were the construction phase. And again, there was no expectation that the construction phase would require improvements to local roadways. And then again, the project is part of a larger sort of change to this region in Silver Springs. The data center for Microsoft will be again bound by the Silver Springs Technology Park, hundreds of acres of data center to the north there as well. So moving through the findings, staff was able to reach a position of recommending approval for this conditional use permit. And the recommended motion is on the screen. I am of course available for questions. And again, the applicant does have a presentation and representation here today. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you want to have questions with staff, or do you want to go ahead and listen to the other program first?
I think we need to look at the full
Okay,
presentation.
we'll hold questions and until.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Stacey Huggins with Wood Rogers here on behalf of Microsoft, and most, if not all of you, have seen me so many times over the last couple of years. I just want to mention Lewis did a great job summarizing this request in front of you today. My presentation is very duplicative to his, so I'll probably go through a lot of my slides very quickly and focus really more on the substation. Gavin, if you would just thank you very much. As Lewis mentioned, this subject site for the Nighthawk substation is part of a much bigger project area. But the parcel that we're talking about for Nighthawk is approximately 32.59 acres. You can see it outlined there in the dark blue. This is just one of the two substations in front of you today. As you know, there's another one that's separate from this. And then Lewis mentioned the parcel map that will actually combine all these parcels and create 3 parcels, which will make development of these projects much easier and simpler in terms of parcel numbers. Next slide, please. As Lewis mentioned again, and I mentioned earlier, we have been coming to this in front of this board and working with the county for a number of years. In 2022, we started initial discussions with county staff about all of this project area being developed. And as I said, I've been in front of you all many times for master plan amendments and zone changes, abandonments, and as recently as November for the tentative parcel map that's going to actually create these parcels. Next slide. Again, this is just a nice color picture of what we think the parcels will look like upon recordation of that tentative parcel map. So you can see the Nighthawk substation there outlined in the light blue, separate and apart ultimately from the data center parcel and the next item to discuss. Next slide. I will be sensitive to your time. Lewis covered the master plan and zoning, so you can go through both of those. And Lewis also touched on the utility corridor, but I just wanted to show this map again, just so that we're clear. Part of the reason that these sites have been an interest to Microsoft is this utility corridor that runs adjacent to this parcel and creates a nice alignment for development here. Next slide. And next slide. So I just want to touch a little bit more on the actual substation itself. As Lewis mentioned, it is a 345 kV substation. It includes 2 overhead lines that will come out to the north. On the top side of that slide is what you're looking at. That's the north. And then it also includes ancillary substation or equipment that you would typically see with a substation of this nature. This is anticipated to be an NV Energy substation, so it will serve as more of a regional substation. It is anticipated to connect into the Greenlink line ultimately, so it will connect from previous NV Energy substations. I believe there's one, the Walker River substation is a Greenlink substation. It will tie into that substation and provide that connection to the north. And just so you are all aware, a representative from NV Energy is here if you have specific questions about the NV Energy element of this substation and their relationship and how it all comes together with Greenlink and Microsoft. Lewis mentioned the setback for this substation. As you can see on the exhibit there, it's approximately 173 feet from the eastern property line, which well exceeds the requirement for the NC zoning for setbacks. Once we're in 173 feet, you can see the dark solid black line around the perimeter of the substation. That's a 14-foot tall CMU wall, and that's needed for security purposes. That is an NV Energy requirement for substations for security purposes. That's why it's on this project. The infrastructure associated with the substation is approximately 150 feet tall. That's the poles, that's standard for their poles for substation of this nature. We were very sensitive to lighting associated with this substation. While it's not a manned substation regularly, it will occasionally have people here. Lighting will be manually operated and for security purposes only. And it all have shields on them to make sure that the light is directed down. We're very sensitive to the night skies and the dark skies, so all the lights associated with this project will have shields to focus the light down. Touching on access, so the access for this substation is planned to come off of Deodore Street. And as part of this project, Microsoft will be paving Deodore Street from the intersection at Highway 50 up to the project. So you can see there on the right side of the exhibit, there are 2 access points. The middle or the central access will be the primary access into this substation. And then there's a secondary access, the one just a little bit to the south, that will provide secondary access should it be needed. All of those accesses will be paved by Microsoft initially. When the substation is complete and up and running, those 2 access points will be returned to gravel, and that will all be turned over to Microsoft or to NV Energy. I apologize. And then they will maintain all of those access points within the project boundary. So there are the 2 access points. They will come up off of Deodore during construction and then after construction. As I said, no employees here, or very, very few, except for maintenance. So we, anticipate very minimal traffic after construction is complete. The noise will not exceed Lyon County noise standards, and we acknowledge that there is a condition that talks about that. I mentioned briefly, and again, if you have questions, I would be happy to have NV Energy answer them about the Green Link. The intent is to tie into the Green Link, distribute power to the adjacent substation, and then ultimately to the data center. One thing I want to just mention is that while it is not the initial intention to serve as a backup or an additional resource for Silver Springs as a community, it could someday in the future provide some backup resource to the residents in Silver Springs. Again, that's not the intent today, but it is a possibility. And we had this discussion with the Silver Springs Advisory Board last Monday, and some of the residents that were there asked that question. So I wanted to make sure that I mentioned it. I think that's all on that. Next slide. So we have reviewed the conditions of approval, and in our review, we noted condition number 2 as potentially being revised. Right now, condition number 2 requires that any change to this CUP would require us to come back and do a public process to make that change. We have proposed some modified language that staff have the ability to review those changes prior to deciding whether we have to come back for a public hearing or not. And that's driven by the fact that designs change sometimes during final design. We're not anticipating the substation to get bigger. We're not anticipating access to change, but it could, the grading or maybe the setbacks, change slightly. So we are asking for the condition to be modified as you see presented on the screen, so that we can come to staff first and they can determine whether a public hearing and a full amendment is necessary, or it can be something administratively approved. With that minor change to the conditions, that concludes my presentation. I just want to wrap up by saying, we feel like these substations, this one and the next one, are consistent with county planning policies. We're providing significant setbacks on the east side, again, adjacent to the undeveloped properties. They provide security in terms of the wall around the perimeter, and we are in agreement with all the mitigation measures that staff is proposing in their conditions. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Microsoft representatives are here if you have questions for them specifically. And as I said, NV Energy is also here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start to my right. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Loomis?
Yes,
please
I
state your
do.
name.
Thank you, Commissioner Loomis. There's a note attached from Fort Apache Homes opposing the issuance to the CUP. I'm sure you've seen it. So I have 2 questions. Where are the 2 parcels relative to the Nighthawk substation that this company owns?
Can you?
Because it doesn't show, all your pictures show literally up to the edge of your property, and there's nothing. There's maybe one that shows a couple of different,
That one's fine, thanks.
so this one here, yeah.
Yes, so
Relative to this.
without me having a pointer, I'll try to get us there. So off of the southeast corner of the Nighthawk parcel, the 2 parcels directly to the east of that
Okay.
are the parcels that you are asking about.
Okay, so then I guess my other question will probably be for Lewis, would be, has Fort Apache Homes or Mr. Kent Wheeler started any planning or development process to develop those 2 parcels? Has he paid any money? Has he done anything? Or did they just simply acquire the land and it's sitting there stagnant right now?
For the record, Louis Carriola, I'm not aware of any development plans under review by Lyon County.
Okay, thank you.
Any of you choose? State your name.
Commissioner Johnson, I'm not sure if it's a question or just a statement. We're moving into a new era of energy and data storage in the county. But in the long run, we're kind of a small part of a bigger project. And we need power to make a lot of our stuff work. And we can't provide that power right now. So we do need help. Well, when does this substation actually plan on going live? If approved.
Stacy Huggins for the record, I'm being told 2028 or 2029.
Okay. Okay. And this will tie into the other substation if approved? Or not main station, whatever you want to call it?
Yes, it will tie into the other Green Link substations that have been previously approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Searle, I have another question, I guess, in regards to the comments from Fort Apache. It states that some commercial development would be limited. Is there, do we have limitations? I mean, I know that like, if you have gaming, you can't have a nursery school next to it, but are there limitations of what can be built next to a substation from Lyon County standpoint?
Lewis Carroll, no, Madam Chair, none that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. The other question I have is the BLM corridors. As I understand them, they are set up by the BLM. So when you decide to cross BLM property with utility corridors, they're trying to give you a heads up of where they would like to see them. So you plan accordingly, but they're not restrictive of where us in Lyon County can put our substations. Other than if the BLM property runs through Lyon County and we have to use them to utilize with property ownership.
I might have to step back a little bit to the
Okay.
beginning of your question. Those corridors that we saw today are on public property. They're not on BLM property. They cross publicly owned parcels. But the 2020 master plan designated those areas as only requiring an administrative design review for high voltage power lines as opposed to a conditional use permit. So yes, the second part of what you said is completely correct. The intent there is to provide regions in the county that would be appropriate for high voltage power lines to connect to the BLM infrastructure, yes. Or projects on BLM.
And thereby
Yes.
simplifying the review process if they stay within those corridors.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay. I guess that's all I have. Any of you guys?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd just like to ask Stacy a quick question. Okay, Audrey Allen, for the record. I'd like to just ask Stacy about the paved access roads really are gonna be turned back to gravel. And I was wondering, is that part of a long-term maintenance strategy for NV Energy or? Because it seems to me it's going backwards.
Just to clarify, it's the only parts that will be turned back to gravel. Oop, that slide, either way. Are the parts within the parcel.
Okay,
Deodora will not go back to gravel.
all right.
Does that answer your question? Is that right?
Well, yeah, and just those little access points to it.
Just so the only part that will turn gravel will be inside the parcel line where you see those roads.
Okay.
So where Deodora comes up, that will be
Alright.
paved, that will remain paved.
Okay,
But once we get to the property line after construction, when the substation gets turned over to NV Energy, their maintenance practice is gravel, not pavement.
right. I can see where that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Yes, did we receive feedback from the Silver Springs Advisory Board?
Lewis Carroll, we did not receive the transmittal, even though we know they did hear the project presentation. That's all. It's possible they're online. I'm not sure.
Yes, Brett, still. He must have some. Sure.
Okay, if we don't have any other questions or comments from the commissioners, I'm going to move to public comment inside the building. Anybody here have any public comment for this? We do have public comment online. For Brent Lovett, it has his hand raised, so please make sure you give your Oh, sorry, I do have one in-house. Step forward, please. Just state your name again for the record.
Robin Biggs. Is the person online, well. Okay, they said that, he stated that, this site is, public property. Does that mean county land that's gonna be, they're gonna buy county land to build this? You mentioned that, that this is public property. Is that, do you mean county land?
Projects on private.
Private, and then BLM land was mentioned too, but, got 3 minutes and the clock is running. I don't know the person on there. I see that Gmail that came in, the backup. Hello, my name is CJ and I live in Silver Springs. Is that who's online there? The data, is this a mid-sized data center? You don't know?
I don't know if that's a term used in the industry.
Does she know?
It's probably, no.
We're not supposed to have comment back and forth.
Yes, just.
We
it's not
can't get in.
conversation.
Okay, well, data centers, mid-sized data centers can use 110 gallons of water per year. Yeah, I don't know, these data centers, these high tension power lines, I don't have I think it needs to be set back further from Highway 50. And it's so close to the airport. I mean, I'm just not seeing that this is transparency and it's kind of going in and yeah. I don't know, Are you gonna read this? Is this gonna be read into the minutes, this individual? Who, it was out on the table? And have the residents nearby? Maybe got written notification of this, but I think it's way too close to Highway 50. I guess we'll come back to this. You can't answer my question, but this needs to be read into the minutes if they're not online. Can that be done? No one can answer a question.
I'm just going to address from the public comment section that we read in the beginning of it. Public comment is only for you to state your opinion. We're not allowed to have conversation back and forth and to answer questions.
But I just,
In public comment that is sent in 24 hours, if it's not 24-hour notice, it will go into the system as was read at the beginning of the meeting. There is a requirement and a way for those public comments to be put on the record, and they will be done that way.
Madam Chair, if I may. Gavin Anderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. This public participation in reference for data centers and waters was not specific to an item on the agenda. Therefore, staff included it as part of the record underneath the general public participation.
Thank you for that clarification.
so February 9th at 10:42 a.m. That can't. Isn't that supposed to be read, or is that too late?
We don't read them. Gavin Anderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. We don't not read those into the record, but they are a part of the digital record. If that answers your questions.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the room that would like to have public comment? Okay, we're going to go back online to Mr. Brent Lovett. Please just state your name and your address for the record.
Brent Lovett, 5015 Onyx Street, Silver Springs. Mineral Heights Apartments. I share the east property line with Microsoft from their line, my west property line. As you can imagine, from the gentleman down in Vegas that wrote the letter, we were sort of in shock because when Microsoft purchased this property and went in for rezoning, we were under the impression that this was going to be a commercial site for an office building, something of that use is what we were told when they went through the initial zoning. Now to find out with, the 500 acres that they have chosen this site for the power station is, shocking to say the least. The fact that it's 175 feet tall next to what my high density residential property, we are definitely, close to moving forward to this project, and we'll probably have the apartments built before this substation is built. We have a lot of questions, sound, transformers and all that put out, high energy sound and waves. There's a lot of things that are just, come out of shock to us at the moment as we're hearing this. Why did they choose this site and not move it into the middle of their property away from all the residential? There's a lot of questions. We didn't get a reach out from Microsoft to discuss this with us, which I think should have happened. They know this is a high density residential site. We had met with Woodridge and they know this. So I'm just sort of in shock over this whole thing. I think there should have been some more talk with us neighbors before they proposed to push this literally up against our wall. I don't even know what to say. I'm sort of in shock. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online that would like to speak? It does not appear so, so we're going to move for a motion. Go ahead. Sorry, Louis.
Sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair. I did want to point out that the recommended amendment language for condition number 2 is supported by staff. That item did come up prior to publication of our staff reports, and we did make actually the language that Stacy presented had been reviewed by staff and even slightly modified. So any motion should probably mention or should mention modification to condition 2 as read into the record in the applicant's presentation.
I did have a question on that.
Yeah.
So is the condition number 2 is not standard verbiage that you use for these conditions?
It is something we've repeated a number of times, but the language that Stacy provided, which maybe we can put back on the screen, still allows us to review proposed changes at the staff level. Essentially, Director Henderson has that authority. And then if he determines it is a change that should go through the public hearing process again, then it would just follow that process. So that's all this language changes is the fact that staff can now review any kind of change first to determine whether it's appropriate to move forward to a public hearing or if it's something Director Henderson can approve. And this is a substation. It's not, a lot of times we have much more complicated projects. This is something without employees, without really an office, without public visits, without parking, without hours of operation, the types of things that we typically see in CUPs that could change and that we would typically remand back to public hearings. So I think that was the rationale.
I understand that, but from my perspective, the reason that you put it out for public is to have that give and take. There are concerns about this project. So is there a standardized placement of where you would decide it would have to go back to public and what wouldn't? I mean, I understand like a gate change. Why should that go back to public? But where do we have that line drawn as to what will go back to the public?
Yeah, I'm Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. So typically we see those applications come forward as minor variances, major variances. That's typically represented as anything 10% or less is administrative. Therefore, The way it was previously written, that would fall underneath a whole re-review, by the plan commission and the board. With the way it's written currently, the minor variance process would then come into play. Anything exceeding that 10% would be a major variance, which has its own approval process. The language does reflect, large material changes. So therefore, if we're going to change the orientation of the project or anything like that, it's at staff's discretion, and whether we see it necessary to bring that forward to planning commission and board. So there's a little latitude in here. We thought it made sense, just like you said, for instance, like for changing a gate or for making smaller modifications.
I guess from my perspective, though, I'd like to have a little more restriction as to, or not, maybe not restriction, but identification as for a comfort level of what requires that to go back out to public versus just an administrative decision. I mean, we're trying to be transparent when we have these changes, and I understand the construction industry, the need for small modifications to be administratively corrected, but I think it needs to have kind of a clear breakdown of if that's a 10% mark, then it should go back to public. If it's less than 10%, it should be done administratively.
We can include that language in the amended condition with that appropriate current code.
Is that acceptable to?
Yes.
Okay.
It's acceptable.
So if it exceeds 10% and change, it needs to go back to public. If it's under 10%, it can remain an administrative review.
What is these, Commissioner Mark Jones, what is the property next door zone? Is that multifamily to where this is going?
Yes. To the east.
And what is to the west on this property? Microsoft property?
Yeah.
I know where the campus is thing, but there's nothing on the other side of that?
Further west?
Sorry.
So, Louis Carriel, so the parcel to the west owned by Microsoft, we can see in this image, is that 223 acres. So, I mean, we can see just from this aerial view to the west of the 223 acres is not developed property.
What's to the west of that parcel?
The data center
Is
parcel.
that more residential in the gray?
I believe it is, yes. Large lot.
Stacy Huggins for the record, just to clarify, yes, the properties on the west end of the Microsoft data center parcel are zoned for residential uses. I do not have the layout for the data center because this conversation was focused on the substation. So I apologize, I can't answer. I'm not sure if you were asking, but I can't get into the details of what that separation looks like on the west side. But I can tell you in terms of the substation, the design will not go outside of that blue box that you see on the screen right now. We are keeping it inside the NC zoned parcel. That's why we went through the last set of master plan and zone changes, why the parcel maps are being recorded the way they are. The parcels are actually slightly oversized to accommodate the substation development so that we are not spreading out outside of the property lines. I mean, also just to confirm, I did check with NV Energy and they're fine adding the within 10% notice within that language.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, at this time, we'll take a motion. Do we have somebody who will make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Based on,
May I interject?
Oh,
Madam
sorry,
Chair?
go ahead.
So further conversation, the variance process is a standalone process. There is a code language that says a CUP can't be used to basically take the place of a variance. Therefore, the way it was proposed would be applicable to code standards because we can't use a CUP as major or minor variance, there are two separate applications.
Okay. So with that information, would that change the way our motion needs to be read?
Our staff's recommendation would be to move forward with the proposed language on the applicant's presentation.
So no modifications to conditions. Okay, just conditions.
Not the 10% change is what
Right.
you're saying, just
Correct.
read it as the
Correct.
applicant's choice.
With the changes that Ms. Huggins had on her slides.
Right, the caveat that staff has the flexibility.
That's fine. So we could add language in there that said non-material changes could be staff approved, anything exceeding that definition.
Sorry, I was having to bring it up.
To bring it up, you can see the verbiage.
There's the verbiage right here. We at the beginning, it's on page 2.
No, it's
Madam Chair.
her change.
Oh, her change.
It's her change on her.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. Can we take a short recess to maybe discuss this with the applicant and come back with a proposal?
Please. How long?
5 minutes?
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. It is currently 10:26. We'll resume at 10:31.
Is this yours, Abel? Can we have it? No, it's yours.
Thank you.
I'm voting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm.
This is helpful.
Okay, so, what he's saying about the variance, those are last, but if it does that, then they. Yeah.
Request and it will be submitted on there.
Actually, my finger pains are, we must be tired. So, doing substations, yeah, they're all together all the time, they don't make sense apart, but, then, yeah, was there a question for me? I think it'll be great. I'm starting to learn my. That's fine. I would stop. It was 9 o'clock last night and I got up to 5 to get here. I'm a little right.
Yeah.
I stumbled.
What's on the agenda, unfortunately.
Landed yesterday.
That would have to be after the meeting.
And I would
Just like I could ask you.
Yes.
Happy to say yeah.
I'm a Steelers fan, but I don't like.
How did we do?
Right? But I would be happy to speak to you after. No, major variance.
I think all of us need to see.
I know.
Being able to move.
Believe me, it's hard for me to sit on my hands. Oh, no, I know, exactly, exactly.
It was about.
We don't have to. Did you just do one recently? Yeah.
Oh, no.
Some of this is like, we'll chat, but I
I
think
was
some
gonna
of
say there
it.
was, we had very few summonses.
Okay.
The beginning of the week.
We'll come back. So we.
Last week.
Over here.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know how they did online, to see which ones are coming.
I know that. Somebody in my household was summoned, so.
A lot of people stay right on top of that.
Yeah.
All the information.
I have so much faith bandwidth that. You're welcome.
Sarasota, are you like?
I am a Sarasota. No. Yep.
And where are you from?
I'm from Fernley. I'm a Fernley resident, yes.
I'm serious.
79.
You probably.
Then we went up to,
Yeah.
18 months when I was at Licking County Love Box.
Okay, that's my dad, Cindy and Cindy.
Cindy, oh,
Those are my parents, yes.
She had the.
They grabbed the house.
And my big problem, my daughter. It's so I went in and visited her. It's not.
She has the nest.
She has the nest.
Yes, that is my mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember your brother. I had Aquarius since I was like in junior high.
Yes.
I talked to Steve about that. I said, do you have copper pipes?
So my pipes, and we don't clean our utensils off. The copper's hard on them, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my brother Steve.
And it was sushi fish. Yeah. It was just community all one time.
Yeah. Take care of them, yeah.
You're welcome. What's your middle name?
My middle name is Lee, L-E. Yeah. Thank you. I am from Berlin. The white is my cousin, yes. Yes, but a very, but more like an uncle. We all hang out. Yeah. I probably know Louis. Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I mean, I know, I know him well.
His nose was just and he went out to the car.
The white is my dad.
But I worried about him. He was sneezing and then he left.
Probably somewhere in the Italian language, yes, but.
He's getting up there in age. I just turned 75 on Thursday.
Like that, pretty stuff.
He's 70. He's born in 47, so let's see.
It's different design. It's not cost, it would be like.
He'll
if they
be
change the
79
they
this year,
change
right?
design From a
Yeah.
height perspective of that.
It'll be at the end of the year.
No, that's what Marty said. Nope. I wish that we had time.
I don't know.
But I'm so sorry about it.
And Pastor Gary just keeps on, he just won't let me quit this.
And it drives me crazy.
So you need to step it up.
We don't hardly get any
Yeah.
response from anywhere.
I'm just teasing you. No.
Yeah, when I was on Smith Valley Cab, we used to send ours. And Mark and I went to Smith Valley Cab last week.
Right, right.
No, but did it even get sent in? Do you see what I mean? So before, when I first started, we used to get stuff more, but then they have to change and all the people, and then now.
Yeah.
We get no.
And that's
feedback.
what they are,
Supposed to.
yeah.
Know what the community wants, or doesn't, or their concerns are, if we don't have the info.
She'll say that to Gavin, at the end, when we get our chance to speak. As commissioners,
Right.
maybe mention that to Gavin. Because he's in charge.
Yeah, he is.
We need to you're called Tower. Citizens Advisory Board.
We're gonna, right. Yeah.
You might have to recuse yourself. Maybe. we should run
Really?
Yeah. It's like. Yeah.
Yes, we were gonna take a break. I know we just took one, but we were gonna take one before 7 after.
Yeah, like
That's my
10,
next
like a
one.
10-minute.
Yeah.
And 10
Well,
or-
Okay.
And I don't. want
And then are they H and I or are they F and G? They're F and G.
They're all of them, they're all, okay, so we'll take a break. I mean, geez, that's funny. I know.
Do we need to take a longer break
Yeah,
now
it's such a
for this
dirty
one?
minute.
So we're just gonna take a longer break now.
We'll finish Lewis's next one, then we'll take a 15-minute break so she can clap for the. And FVH and
That one's for sale.
yes, he did tell me that, so. Do I need to give a notice? Right, or just? I think you do. Let's turn this back in and then. Okay. Because we overshot the 10:31. Okay, let me make sure it's.
Commissioner Keller will be on.
And Robin's, she's loitering again in the back. Robin.
She told her specific.
I mean, I think
as long as I want, I don't have to bring it.
I get that.
All the same maybe broke from.
You know, I think all of us wanted to answer, but.
And when it was 10:26, right?
Should we at least let people online know that we're gonna be?
No, that's what they're saying is that. Once we break, we can stay broken and then.
Okay. You know how much longer? You might.
Wait for you. He has to speak to the attorney. So you have.
Andre, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good,
And you
thanks.
can see online that we're milling around, not doing anything, so.
Yeah, so here. My dad's done it coming up in a year.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Crazy and
Yeah.
my mom's struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Smith Valley.
Not easy, that's
Sometimes
not
it's
easy.
hard.
Out by the dairy.
Oh,
Doors down on.
yeah.
All the way out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's lovely. Where do you live?
Taking all of the issues from the. Oh.
Did you start your day with 2 earrings? You don't have one now. Oh, you got it. Okay, good. Oh, you have it. Okay, good. I was just worried for you. I'm like, oh, no, I hate that. No, you're fine. Today's world is. No, we're going to, yes. That, Lewis is next one, and then take another 15-minute break. Lisa asked.
Yeah, she's trying to, she's got a.
I'm here, so. Yeah, I came from Michigan, but we're not breaking for lunch. I do love it. It's cold. It's just a big one. Actually, it's right in the middle. But that's right, it was south of me, yeah. But love Michigan, people are really, the land is really. I know, yeah, it's like their life, but winter really is 7 months. And it's just too, I mean, it's actually colder here sometimes than it used to get because of the wind.
With Matt,
You know,
that's his name.
we didn't get the wind. These guys are crying all my Roberts.
Just Peter, he's in the, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't, his name slipped me and I would just kept on trying to remember it, it just came. Yeah, how I know. usually okay with me.
So are you, I make a statement and then step away, or are you gonna sit up here? I just asked you.
I'm lost now.
I wonder what the hell you guys got to us. It's empty. Well done. You can use your phone. Yeah.
Okay, we are going to bring this meeting back. We went off record at 10:26. It is now 10:40.
Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. So after further discussions with the applicant is willing to accept the condition as proposed without modifications. So that would be condition as written in the staff report.
So we're
Perfect.
still
Thank you
waiting.
very much.
We're still waiting before a motion can be made.
Nope. We can make a motion and it will stand as read. We don't have to
Okay.
make any
No
adjustments.
modification.
No modifications.
Thank you.
Prior to taking a motion, Mr. Jones.
I will be abstaining from the vote. Mr. Brent Levitt is my campaign manager and I'm in business with him on other projects that sits next door to this project, so I will step back and not vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Okay, so we will take a motion from Commissioner Allen.
Okay. Based on the aforementioned findings A through G, I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct a 345/120 kilovolt electrical substation, 2 high voltage power lines and other associated infrastructure for the Nighthawk substation over approximately 32.59 acres of 5 parcels with neighborhood commercial NC zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs, access from Rhyolite Lane, portion of APN 015-141-13 and 018-551-03, 018-551-04, 018-552-01, 018-552-02, PLZ -2025-109 and 14 conditions of approval.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? 1. Okay, that passes 6-0. We are going to move on to 601, that's correct. For the record. We're going on to number 7E for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct a 120 kilovolt electrical substation and other associated infrastructure over approximately 18.7 acres of 2 parcels with neighborhood commercial NC zoning located north of US Highway 50 in Silver Springs at 1200 West US Highway 50, portion of APN 015-141-13 and APN 015-141-04, PLZ -2025-110. Staff report, Mr. Carriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Louis Carriola, Senior Planner. This presentation will be shorter because it will look remarkably similar to the one we just heard for the Nighthawk substation. This project site is located just south of the presentation for the Nighthawk substation. Just as mentioned in the last presentation, the subject parcels, while we see the APNs, there's 2 of them noted on the right slide. The actual project configuration is under review by Lyon County staff for recordation of a final map that will create a single parcel project area of 18.7 acres. This image again should look familiar. The depicted final configuration of that parcel map will create that 18.7 acre parcel we see on the right. It's again notable that Microsoft owns the large parcel to the west, that sort of horseshoe shapes around the NDOT maintenance yard. That NDOT maintenance yard has access to the NDOT frontage road for US Highway 50. The same types of accesses, again, from US Highway 50's frontage road will be used for the project. This image shown by Ms. Huggins in her presentation and mine last time included in the staff report depicts the larger Microsoft project area. It includes that 223 acre data center, the large orange parcel in this graphic, the Nighthawk substation to the northeast, and now the smaller footprint for the Microsoft substation there in purple in the southeast of the project area. Images in the staff report were provided by the applicant. There's an attachment. They provided a legend with all the photos. This one is from that frontage road up Deodar Street into the project area. There are some power lines and then some unofficial roads running through the site, as well as some right-of-ways that are depicted on the assessor's maps. We'll run through again the master plan and character district designations. This entire region of Silver Springs is within the suburban character district, typified by the availability of public utilities. In this case, Silver Springs Mutual Water Company and the Silver Springs GID for sewer. The master plan designation for the site is commercial, and the description of the commercial designation per chapter 3, the land use chapter of our master plan, does include language that describes the proposed project, light manufacturing, and a range of other industrial and commercial services and operations. The zoning is neighborhood commercial, and we would point out again that the pending recordation of a final map will create an individual parcel, all with the same neighborhood commercial zoning. Table 15.320-2 from Title 15 or Development Code charts the required entitlement for a power substation. Such a use requires a conditional use permit. That's what we're reviewing today. We've already run through that generalized timeline. Microsoft's been working with the county since 2022 to move to this level of planning entitlement. We've gone through mapping exercises, master plan amendments, zoning map amendments. And now staff is reviewing the administrative design review for a data center. And then we had the CUP for the Nighthawk substation last item, and then the CUP for the Microsoft substation, both of them part of the larger project. Here's an image provided by the applicant of the general layout for the substation. It's a 120 kilovolt substation. This is the station that would be stepping down the power, modifying the power for the actual data center project, and then connecting to the north to the Nighthawk station. That Nighthawk station then connecting to higher voltage power lines. The proposed mitigation measure here is a 6-foot high chain link fence, as opposed to the masonry wall. That masonry wall we discussed in the last item is a standard for NV Energy. Lyon County Code does not have that standard included. This shows the image of the Microsoft substation relative to the Nighthawk substation to the north. Access for this site would be from the west, so that would be internal to the Microsoft project area. The data center complex would also connect here for maintenance access into the Microsoft substation. The image on the right provided by NV Energy would apply to both of these substations. The maximum height for the infrastructure in order to connect to the high voltage power lines, it's 150 feet. And this site is located within the influence area of the Silver Springs Airport. So prior to issuance of building permits from Lyon County, the applicant will have to attain approval from the Federal Aviation Administration for a Form 7460-1. The FAA reviews structures within these airport influence areas for compatibility with the flight patterns from the airstrip. So that is their authority. Lyon County certainly will be deferring to the FAA for approval. Chapter 230.06 of our development code provides the findings for conditional use permits. We've kind of run through this just in the last presentation, so I won't belabor the point, but the main focus of staff's findings is that this region of Lyon County includes the 2020 master plan approved BLM above ground utility corridors. These areas were designated as appropriate for what will be high voltage power lines that connect to the GreenLink project, Nevada Energy's larger project, including 525 kilovolt transmission lines that connect to large energy generating projects like solar arrays on both public and private lands. The Nevada GreenLink project hub, the western portion of GreenLink and the northern portion of GreenLink will meet at the Fort Churchill substation in Wabasca, and these corridors from this project would connect there. So this slide and the next will run through the BLM corridors. Again, we won't belabor the point, but on the left there, we can see the generalized project area within Silver Springs, the yellow dot roughly being the intersection of highways 95A and 50. And then on the right, the generalized project area within those corridors. It's important to note those corridors approximately 2/3 of a mile wide. So they are rather large areas. They do encompass most of the project area. So the highlights from the staff report. This again will look remarkably similar. It's the same slide as I included for the last presentation. The applicants will be required to obtain both, applicable state and federal approvals, independent review by the Central Lyon Fire Protection District. We have placed a condition limiting noise operations in accordance with Title 15's limitations for industrial uses. 6-foot chain link fence for security is included, as is a setback to the eastern property line of approximately 173 feet. It's important to note that the construction phase for these projects is sometimes, or in this case, would be more impactful to local roadways than the actual operation because there will be no employees. So the roads department acknowledged when they reviewed the conditional use permit application materials that the construction labor and materials will be coming to the site via NDOT highways and not directly having an impact on local roadways, which would require improvements. The only real improvement to any kind of designated right of ways would be interior to the project site for access to the substation footprint. Based on the findings and review in the staff report, staff was able to recommend approval of the conditional use permit. And as you know, there's ample representation from the applicant here, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cariello. Any comments? Any questions? Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Allen, for the record. I'm kind of confused. Well, not confused, but when we're doing a CUP, it's supposed to fit in with the other improvements in the area or, not conflict. So if NV Energy requires a block wall, because these can be eyesores in the community, why would it not be appropriate for Microsoft to put up a block wall? And this one being only 6 foot instead of 12 foot, 14 foot. It is a mini.
Yeah, 120 kilovolt substation. I guess relative, it seems like a mini installation, right?
Yeah, I think it would stand out if you have a chain link fence along with a block wall right behind it, and they're both just a mini and a maxi.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Allen. We did discuss this a little bit with the applicant, and I'll defer to them regarding whether or not they're looking at other potential mitigation measures. Staff was somewhat bound by our standards, so we didn't have the statutory authority to directly require that sort of installation. But we have discussed perhaps the need for additional security around the site. So I'm not going to speak for them, but I think we can probably find some common ground.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, anybody else? Go ahead, Mark.
Commissioner Jones. I noticed on the Nighthawk one, there was two dark squares, I guess, which were supposed to be the towers. The bigger towers going up. For the.
Okay.
So if you look at Nighthawk, you got the two black, in the center there, I assume those were the new big tall towers to move the power.
I would think so, but I'm going to again defer. I have to admit, staring at a schematic or a site plan for
The reason I'm
substation
asking-
is not my expertise.
Because the reason I'm asking, I don't see it on the Microsoft substation yet. You said they were gonna be the same kind of height to go into the lines.
Right, I mean, that detail, I think it's a slide before, was provided as the NV Energy standard for both applications. So that's what I included in the staff report, despite the fact that this is a 120 kilovolt station. So
I think these are the poles.
my thought process there was that
These
this
are actual.
would not exceed
Okay, but where's these?
that number. But I'm sure someone from NV Energy can probably describe the transformers versus the power lines.
Yeah, but these are transformers, I believe,
Yeah.
and then these are the
Right,
power.
so are
lines.
we having 4 towers out there, 2 for each one?
Again, I'm going
Which
to
is
the
the project?
project, sir. I don't know the answer to that. I apologize.
Somebody behind you there?
I looked behind me like there might be someone else.
Nice try.
Susie Huggins for the record. Let me just ask you, sorry, I was just making sure I had answers to your questions, but do you want me to answer your question or do you want me to do my presentation first?
Well, probably you can tell me whether there's 2 or 4 towers.
So if we're talking about the Nighthawk substation, the pieces in the middle are transformers.
Okay,
So those boxes in the middle of the Nighthawk substation are transformers.
right. Oh, transformer.
Yes,
Yeah, those are transformers, big transformers.
And so where are the power poles going in that one? All the way at the back?
the lines will come out from the north,
The north,
the
okay.
top of that exhibit, where they will connect to other lines and other poles.
So then the 2 down below will feed,
So where you see on
Nighthawk.
the bottom of the Nighthawk substation,
Yeah.
there will be lines coming out of there that will feed into the Microsoft substation.
okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, with the layout you're seeing there for the Microsoft substation, some of that design is still in flux. So the the number of transformers or the number of units within that box may ultimately change, but that's generally where they're at. Their substation design is still a little bit flexible. The Nighthawk substation, because it's NVEs, is very standard, and so we are certain that that's what's coming forward. But for Microsoft, there's a chance that some of those elements move around within that parcel. Other questions for me before I? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get to that one. in
Yeah.
my Presentation.
You go with your presentation and then we'll ask questions afterwards. We'll make it easy for you.
Okay, perfect. So for the record, while he's pulling that up, Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers, again, on behalf of Microsoft. As Lewis mentioned, these presentations, particularly this one, I will make much shorter since you have heard the details about these sites multiple times now. I really will just kind of focus on the operations of the substation and just a couple of things I want to correct. I don't know where that is. Maybe you can just quickly go through to the operations slide. Right there, thank you. So again, this is a 120 kV substation for Microsoft. So it's going to, as we've discussed, take the power from the Nighthawk substation, step it down, and then it will feed the operations of the data center once that is constructed. The One thing I wanted to make sure I mentioned, this substation is approximately 153 feet from the eastern property line. So different than NV Energy's Nighthawk substation because of the orientation of this substation. That other substation ran north-south, and you can see with this one, it's a little bit wider on this parcel because the parcel is shallower. So in order to fit the right size substation on this parcel, it had to be a little bit wider. It still meets code in terms of the setback of a 1-to-1 setback based on the height of the elements within the footprint of this substation. So I wanted to make sure and mention 153 feet on this one, not 173 feet. Other than that, this substation is consistent with what you heard on the Nighthawk substation. The infrastructure is 150 feet approximately tall. That's the poles. This substation also has motion censored lighting with it. You heard on the other one, it was manually operated. This one is motion censored. And so you will only see lights turn on if there's someone moving around the substation during operation times. This substation will also have access from within the data center only. So because it's Microsoft substation, they will only have maintenance people coming and going to this substation through the data center when it is constructed. There will not be access off of Diodore to this substation or off of the frontage road. It will be coming from within the data center itself. There will be no on-site employees with this substation. Again, they operate on their own. They do not require employees except for maintenance purposes. And then I wanted to just touch on Commissioner Allen's question about the fencing. Again, we proposed on Microsoft the chain link fence because that is what code requires. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, NV Energy's standard for security purposes is the wall. That is not the same. Microsoft does not have the same requirement for their security purposes. So they felt that the chain link fence around the site was adequate for them for security. If you wanted to have additional discussions about changing that, we could have that potentially, but I think we're meeting code and we feel like chain link fence is adequate to secure this substation site.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Allen. But from, it fitting in and looking similar or standing out, because substations are not the most sightly things. I'm just saying.
Sure.
You want to fit in the community, put a block wall up.
I'm happy to have some additional conversation with Microsoft so that we can try to mitigate that further if we need to.
Thank you.
So that's my presentation. I'm again here and happy to answer questions, and I have a whole group of people that can help.
Anything to my right? I have just a quick question on the chain link fence. Does it have the visual screening in it, or is it just strictly a chain link fence?
As designed, it's just strictly a
Chain link fence. I think I might follow up with Commissioner Allen, just maybe not the sharing of the fences that need to be center block, but something from the visual aspect, so it does sort of tie into all one visual concept from the street view. But again, you're on meeting code and we understand that, so.
We'll be happy to talk to staff further.
Thank you. So will we take a motion at this time? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We need to do public comment inside the building first. Does anybody here have any public comment? Okay, we do have somebody online maybe that wants to speak. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Brent Lovett, 5015 Onyx, Mineral Heights Apartments. Again, same objections as previously raised. Also on this piece, there is existing residential to the east of this parcel. The owners are located out of the country. I don't think they've been informed of this. So again, don't know why Microsoft has chosen to nestle this up next to residential and not in the middle of a very large commercial piece. But that's for conversation for later. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online who'd like to speak? It does not appear so, so we are going to move for a motion. have anybody who wants to make a motion for this?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Merritt, for the record. Based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the planning commission recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Microsoft Corporation for a conditional use permit to construct 120 kilovolt electrical substation over approximately 18.70 acres of 2 parcels with neighborhood commercial zoning located north of Highway 50 in Silver Springs, portion of APN 015-141-13 and 015-141-04 PLZ 2025-110 with the 14 conditions.
I'll second that.
Thank you, but just for the record, I'm also going to state that as in the description read earlier, it is at 1200 West US Highway 50. The APNs and the PLZ that were read were correct. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions?
Aye.
So that passes 6-0-1. Okay, that's going to move us to item number 7, F and G, which are going to be read together, but we're going to take a quick 15-minute break prior to doing that. Because staff needs to speak to the proposed applicant. We will return in approximately 15 minutes. We're adjourning at 11:06 a.m. No, thank you. Can you hear us now? Yes.
They could read, so that's good.
Yes.
They can hear it. So I guess the question is to council, do we need to go back through it? Or because it was on the screen with the words, is that acceptable?
Okay.
Okay,
He.
so introduce yourself again
Yes.
and we'll go from
Yeah,
there.
you're fine. Carter Williams, with senior, RBI Planning, representing Traditions North LLC. So this is for the first portion of the project, which is the zoning map amendment to a planned unit development. The site is located north of USA Highway 50, accessed off of Traditions Parkway and Fortune Drive. The boundary that was represented in Lisa and staff's application or request isn't representative of the final boundary, with a donation that was presented to the Friends of Sutro Tunnel that will take a 10-acre portion from the site and donate to them directly. So it will be excluded from this request, and that will be represented at the Board of County Commissioners. So the existing zoning allows for 607 zones. It's based off in an old plan that has since expired. In that old plan, there was no dedicated open space, so there's no dedicated open space within the existing zoning, so that's being proposed with this application. And generally, the old plan is inconsistent with the development to the south, and there's an opportunity through a planned unit development to reconfigure the site to provide more consistent development. The existing lot sizes, for context of what it would have looked like, was minimum acre 1 lot sizes to the north, 12,000 square foot lot sizes in the center of the site, and then to the south east, those minimum 4,500 square foot lot sizes. The plan on the screen is the land use plan proposed in the handbook that clusters that development to the southeast of the site, with the most intense being along the proposed collector in that southeast corner. The proposed maximum is 415 homes, which is a reduction of the 607 units that were proposed or allowed under the existing zoning. And this process also allows us to dedicate and establish a minimum amount of open space, but then also the location of that open space, which is prioritized to the north and the west, abutting the existing federal lands. On the screen are the development standards for the proposed land use categories within the handbook, with the minimum lot sizes and with the open space having that minimum 100 acres. We can skip that one for now. We'll come back to it with the subdivision or the tentative subdivision map. The access for the property is off of US Highway 50 through Traditions Parkway and Fortune Drive, predominantly through Traditions Parkway, based on the traffic impact analysis that was submitted with the application. From a placemaking perspective, the PUD provides a theme of Nevada frontier heritage for monumentation and other features. And that provides a connection again to the federal lands as an opportunity for the development. The application or the PUD also requires improvement of both improved trails and the connection to existing trails and federal lands to the north and the west. Integrated throughout the site are 5 parks, 1 large park, and then 4 pocket parks that are pretty evenly spread throughout the development that will be installed as the property is developed. And that really concludes the presentation as it relates to the zoning map and MPUD, and our team is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the?
Yes, I have a question, Carter, please. You said, at the beginning, the original plan for the existing zoning, how it was that your same group?
No, I do not believe it was. No, it was not.
Do we know when that was originally done, Lisa?
Sure.
Just state your name for the record, please.
Chris Baker, here on behalf of the applicant. That was actually part of the original, there was a traditions master plan that was actually proposed by Landmark Homes. This was 25 plus years ago.
Okay.
So yeah, and then if you guys know, the traditions PUD proper was dissolved. That was adopted by special use permit. That was dissolved, and these was just kind of the next phase of that, and it was actually hard zoned. And there wasn't a PUD that governed it. So the hard zoning is what just kind of remained for the last 26 years or so.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm all
Any other questions or comments? Anything for staff? Do we need to reread it so they can hear it, or can we just move forward?
Come on, Judge.
We're making everybody stand up today.
Steve Rye, District Attorney. I don't think you have to resubmit it to technical difficulty, but if the board wants to
No, I'm
sort
fine
of
with it.
summarize that, you can do that. Or if during public participation, there's any questions that Lisa thinks she needs to address, she can handle it that way as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senior planner Lisa Nash. I'd like to also add, I'm going to be coming next with the traditions tentative parcel subdivision map. I'll backtrack a little bit and add a little more detail that I left out of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So do we have a motion for number 7? Oh, we need to do a public comment, sorry. Do we have any public comment within side? Please step up. Make sure you sign in and then state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Snow. I'm the Director of Tourism for the Sutro Tunnel. And I am here to just enthusiastically support this project. I am really the first Director of Tourism who I think we're going to see action with this season. So as a representative, I just want to say that we enthusiastically support the proposed Traditions North project, including the preservation of the 10-acre land donation that expands the Sutro Tunnel site and advances long-term historic preservation, open space conservation, and educational and recreational opportunities in the region. This is an important project, not only to us, but to Dayton. And we really feel like the developer, Greg Francis, has been incredibly generous and has really worked with us in the town of Dayton. We see him as a community-focused developer. As is sort of evidenced by the fact that they've taken things down, I'm using my commentary, but taken things down from 600 to 400, et cetera. And so I believe he recognizes our efforts as not only significant to Dayton, but to Lyon County and Nevada as a whole. And this season is particularly fun for us because if anybody has ever been down to the site, you can imagine now that we're going to plan an inaugural season of events. So big festivals. You might imagine if you've seen the warehouse there, we're rebuilding the dock. It's 40 feet long. It comes off the warehouse 12 feet. Shakespeare in the desert, folks. Festivals, all kinds of fun stuff planned, possibly movies. And this is really a great addition to the community, we feel. And with that, I'll leave it. Thank you.
Just a question for you. Parking at Sutro Tunnel.
Boy, you are right on target with that question. We have significant questions / issues to deal with. We don't have a great solution yet. For example, right now, if I wanted to hold a festival and we wanted to bring in 2,000 people, I've got a plan to, I don't know if it's a plan because I'm in the asking stage, but in my old job in Colorado, I used to work with the bus company. So if we could have folks park at the Sutro Elementary School and use the school buses to shuttle people up to us, that could be a solution. Right now, we don't have a great deal of parking. I don't know if that's something that, I'm just the director of tourism. The big guys are here and my
I don't mean
boss.
to cut you off, but your 3 minutes are up.
I didn't want to stay on.
That was my fault, sorry. Yeah.
Anybody else you can come on up, thank you.
Robin Biggs, I'm ready to buy my lot. Will it be, the next to the last photo, it wasn't up long enough, like 3 times. Is that? Oh, my 3 minutes are ticking. You're killing me, Gavin. Are there going to be underground power? No power poles? Yes. Okay, awesome. Where's the water for these homes going to come from?
Public comment.
And the sewer?
I just need to remind you that public comment is your comment, not your questions.
Well, I think the DA said that if there's public comment that we could have.
Could you please finish and I will address the meeting.
Okay, yeah, where will the water and the sewer come from? How far from the piling, from the mining, because the Sutro Tunnel brought the water down, so that the map didn't go high enough or tall enough up to where the subdivision, how far from, what do you call that? Anyway. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in here?
Oh, no, sorry, I was just gonna respond.
That's fine.
That's okay.
That's fine.
Dan Birchfield with Pinion on behalf of the applicant. So, the sewer and water are their Lyon County Utilities is set to serve the project. We have intent to serve letters from Lyon County Utilities to do the sewer and water. And, yeah, there is a spoils trench, or the spoils pile from Sutro Tunnel is partially on the site, and that is the part that we are donating. So that won't be in the site in the future. That's the part that's being protected and donated to the Sutro Tunnel.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment online? It does not appear so. Ms. Nash.
I was just Lisa Nash, senior planner, going to add, I will go into the master plan and the zoning and stuff again when I do the tentative to cover that for anybody who might not have heard it first. Thank you.
Okay, so we can take a motion for this first item.
I'll make a motion. Commissioner Jones, based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the planning commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners, of the request from Traditions North LLC for a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning map designation from the Title 10 District of First Rural Residential District 1 acre, RR1, First Estate Residential District E1, Single Family Non-Rural Residential District RN1, and General Commercial District C2 to the 15th District Planning Unit Development PUD, generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkway in Dayton on approximately 230.76 acre parcels, APN 016-406-07, PLZ 2025-093.
I have a question though. On the section I read, it says PLZ 225-09. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at 7G. Correct on that one. Thank you.
Chairman, Madam Chair, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner, I believe you said RN1 and it's NR1, so it's on a correction.
And I'm not even dyslexic.
You did good.
Okay, and Commissioner Sells seconded. Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposing say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to 7G. I'm gonna just reread it. For possible action to forward a recommendation to the, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we need to take a motion on the PUD. We have 7. Yeah.
We just did for 7F. Oh, for 7G.
Yes.
Correct.
We did the
Sorry,
zone change. Now
we
need to do
did. So we need to do a motion for item 7G. Forgot we combined them. Anybody have a motion for that? Oh, you have to go to 7G and find the motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
sorry again, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. May we make a recommendation that the motion includes with the amended boundary line?
so it's on page 158. At the end, just write amended boundary line.
Yeah, and then it becomes 220.76 acres.
Instead of 230.
Yes,
220?
it happens to be exactly
0.76
10,
acres.
so.
Oh, because they're giving the 10 acres away.
Yes, and if we reflect it here, then I can have a clean submittal to the board.
So do you want a motion, Chairman?
Okay, does somebody have a motion for me?
Chairman, Commissioner Loomis, I'll make a motion. Based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners of the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative planned unit development generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Ways in Dayton on an approximately 220.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07, PLZ 2025-094 with the amended boundary line.
I'll second.
Motion was seconded by Commissioner Allen. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the combination of 7H and 7I. So 7H, for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative subdivision map. The request is for 358 detached single-family residential units, including 116 acres of common area open space, parks, and trails, and is generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on an approximately 230.76 acre parcel. APN 016-406-07, PLZ 2025-095. And 7I for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Traditions North LLC to reserve street names for the Traditions North residential development for the proposed roadways to be generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton, an approximately 230.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07, PLZ 2025-098. Staff reports will be handled by Ms. Lisa Nash.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. So go to the next slide. Same project we just saw, located in the same place. We're just looking at it, their first who knows how many tentative parcel maps. The PUD that was just you recommend approval would allow for 415 residential units overall. And this tentative subdivision map is for the first 358 units plus the backbone infrastructure. We could go to the next map. Here's a couple of pictures with some descriptions the applicant has provided us. In regard to the topography, parcel has a fairly large canyon along the northwest boundary that feeds into the site. The slopes range from approximately 5 to 8% on the steeper portions and relatively flat towards the southeast. The steeper portions of the site are generally intended to remain as open space to the extent possible. The next slide shows a couple more pictures. You can see on the bottom right, that's the waste management transfer station in the distance. And that's the historic Sutro Tunnel site, some of which will be donated to them. If we're going to sit here on the slide for a minute, but I'm going to back up a second just to cover the master plan for this site is the projects within the Dayton Land Use District. The project site is located within the Suburban Character District, and it has master plan designations across the site for low density residential, suburban, residential, commercial, parks, and open space. So in the master plan change to PUD, PUD is acceptable in low density residential, suburban residential, and then we get to the open space and parks, which will be reflected in the tentative map. We'll show that more clearly as the applicant plans for their project. The current and planned zoning, there is the zoning as was read already, RR1, E1, NR1, and C2. All of that will become PUD if the zone change is approved. So the last part of the PUD I'll bring up here, the land uses allowed are very restrictive. It's basically single family or some small multifamily, 2 units, duplexes, and then some open space uses of community gardens, equestrian facilities, passive and active recreation and trails. So with that, the last part I'll add that was, couldn't be heard last time was although the applicant stated it, the maximum units they were allowed to develop of residential units was 607. The applicant has decided and set a limit on themselves of 415. They have also increased the open space where PUDs require 20%, and the applicant is providing 43.3%, which is even greater than the open space that was already zoned on the property, 38%. So we'll now go into the proposed tentative subdivision maps. This is the next step after a PUD. This is the proposed, could we back up one? I'm sorry. This is the proposed parcel map with the lot counts and the street layout for the first 358 units. The plan on the left shows the proposed lots and the lot sizes. So that's based on the planning areas from the PUD that's on the right. So you can see the SR9 is in the lighter beige color, it's outlined. So it is taking that land use plan from the PUD and putting details on it. So it can be looked at, and you can see the multiple parks around the site, as well as the larger park in the, towards the southwest. All right, the next slide. Here's the proposed landscape and phasing plan as part of the tentative subdivision map. The tentative subdivision map is including phases 1 through 3. That's where the 358 units are coming in. And the applicant has said each phase will be developed with the required common area improvements, drainage, utility, road infrastructure, connections to previous phases, etc. The proposed, and I threw this in because I always like to see what the landscape plan is. I like to see what the final build out's going to look, and it gives us an idea of the overall landscaping for the tentative subdivision. They have planned trees on, I think, every lot, if I remember correctly. Some of them multiple trees. So the parks, as you can see, are located in the north and southeast, as well as a couple of little ones in the central locations. So do you guys have any questions about the tentative? I'm going to go into more detail on traffic and everything, but I thought I'd ask at this point if there's anything before I go into findings.
Just a quick one. Did I hear you correctly that there is no commercial in the Traditions North?
That is correct.
Okay.
It was in the PUD, it was removed, and it is only residential uses.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jones, can you move back one slide? Because now down in that corner where it says SR 4.5, On the other side, you've got it into yellow. Which would be a bigger,
It's not bigger, actually, if you look.
I mean,
at-
bigger size homes
Different
Oh.
grid, yeah, just.
than what we're looking at on this.
Okay, I think the applicant needs to address that, because I don't want to misstate it.
Yeah, just to address the symbol, the colors on the maps that were developed by two different people. So
Oh, that's good.
unfortunately, yeah. So, they are, it's representative of the, like, what you're seeing, the smaller lots in the yellow on the left are the same as the purple on the right. They're still 4,500 square foot.
All phase one would be the smaller lots,
No, so, here, let me.
or maybe move.
The next
Yeah,
slide,
yeah.
the next slide is.
Wow. So this represents phases 1 through 3, all of this here.
Right,
So phases 1 through 3 covers all three, SR 4.5, SR 6, and SR 9. So these elements match. So this is the SR 12 section here. SR 9 follows this boundary here. So it's the same map, it's just the colors are mixed between the two.
you're testing somebody's color blindness here.
All right, so Lisa Nash, senior planner, I'm gonna move into the findings. So we look at chapter 607.03 for tentative subdivision maps. I have quite a lot I'm gonna jump into here, because this gets into kind of the meat of the tentative subdivision map. So we start off, the uses that they have planned definitely are compatible with the districts that were in the master plan and is planned by the PUD. Oops, we go to the next page. The table here is showing the average units per acre for the whole site, and they had a gross density they could have had of 2.63. They're coming in at 1.8, and this shows like how many units per acre. So in I believe every case, the planned effective density per unit in the PUD for every one of the building sizes is lower than that building size allows. So they are not coming in with as high a density as they could. Next slide. So the applicant is going to be responsible for meeting the conditions in this tentative subdivision map, and then we'll need to submit final maps or records of survey before applying for site improvements and building permits and moving forward. The conditions will serve to mitigate impacts on neighboring properties to the south. The parcel is located adjacent to Traditions residential development to the south, and future commercial developments in the Traditions commercial subdivision kind of to the south and southeast. So the location is within the Lyon County Utility District and service boundary, and so that ensures compliance with the county's adequate public facilities provisions. They did receive an intent to serve letter from Lyon County Utilities. They're going to need to get sufficient water rights to be attained to record the final maps, and connection to those water service will be required. They do reserve the right to deny or limit water or sewer service connections, depending on what's available, and to ensure orderly growth in the county. The applicant's aware of this. We've had many discussions on this, so I think that is pretty standard for most conditions right now. The traffic impact study itself indicates that at total build out, it's approximately 3,400 some daily trips, or that comes out to about 255 peak AM and 342 peak PM. And DOT has jurisdiction over access and improvements impacting US 50 and would include future signalization. And I believe it is done at this point, but not activated.
Turned on.
Almost done. The US 50 tradition. It is done.
There's poles, but
there's poles.
no actual lights yet.
Okay, so we're working on that. That's actively being handled right now. So some of the conclusions and recommendations from the TIS, they are expecting to in the opening years and opening years plus, they're going to be operating below the level of service that thresholds. And then they do talk about US 50 Fortune Drive operating at level C during the AM peak hours. Basically, that is again something NDOT will have to take on and figure out is when Fortune Drive also needs some improvements. And that is really needs to be looked at on a regional basis. Sure.
Audrey Allen, for the record, on page 275, where you're talking about conclusions and recommendations, it says that the project will access US Highway 50 via Fortune Drive and Traditions Parkway. And it was originally contemplated the connection to Enterprise Way as well. However, due to circumstances separate from this traffic study, vehicle connection to Enterprise Way is no longer being considered and was not included in the traffic analysis. And if the project wishes, I think it's to say pursue a vehicle connection to Enterprise Way in the future, a separate traffic analysis will need to be conducted. There is a road that goes to Enterprise. So I don't know if that was considered or not, and I don't know what impacts that will have on Enterprise on Highway 50. It does have 3 circles in it, but still, you know, it is connected.
Yeah, I'll speak to it and then allow the applicant.
Okay.
There is a road that is
it's paved.
Evans Creek is the name. It is still being worked on for dedication and paperwork, we'll say, mapping. So yes, that is a future connection, and that would be a connection running through the circles of Traditions Commercial, but I'm gonna allow the applicant to speak on it.
All right.
Yeah, so that my understanding is that there's a road, obviously, that from Enterprise that's running through Traditions Commercial, and there will be connections, but there is a property that there are not existing easements on that would have to be maintained. I think the end goal would be to make that connection. I think it benefits the project as a whole. But that's still being worked through. Right now, with the traffic impact study that we have submitted, the traffic works. It works with the existing improvements, and there's conditions that have been included with the tentative map that we'll discuss later that it talks about improvements to make sure that it doesn't have any negative impacts on the community. The Enterprise Way, there could be a connection, but it's being.
I just don't know how it would impact traffic, you know, because there are several businesses over on Enterprise, as well as a church.
And that's why in the application, it needs to be analyzed if that ever to come, to make sure that there isn't any negative impact or improvements for Enterprise.
My last point on here, the common areas will include drainage swales, curb gutter, underground storm, open space drainage corridors, 4 regional flow detention basins, and 3 potential project outflow locations. I will state that the applicant is going to speak to some amendments to the conditions, and we will come back and address that when that comes up. And then lastly, I have combined with this because normally street names get included in a tentative parcel map application. It is a required item. The applicant sent in a separate application. We processed it as normal and then realized this is not our typical route, but it is completely an allowable route under code. So I have provided the application was included. The street names have been reviewed by the Sheriff's Office, the Roads Department, Central Lyon Fire. Central Lyon Fire made one suggestion because there was a gold pan and they thought gold span was similar. So that the applicant went with their suggestion of gold bar. These are not written in stone. These may change during between tentative and final, and that won't come back before the board. That'll just be looked at by all those departments again, any changes. So it functions exactly like it's part of the tentative subdivision map, even though you have one more motion to make. And with that, I have motions available, and I believe the applicant has said they do not need, do you want to make the second presentation now? Yes, okay. They will have their presentation.
hit it.
Williams, RBI planning for the record. I'm going to use the same presentation, but we'll go into some detail on the tentative map side and then continue on from there. The land use plan. Yes. Keep going. Back. Yeah, okay. All right, so we've seen this before, so I just wanted to point out, so the with this tentative map, we're proposing for phases 1 through 3, which includes portion of that SR12, that little that bulb on the left-hand side. The 9,000, 6,000, and 4,500 square foot lots are included in this request, as well as the open space integrated and parks integrated throughout the BOD. But generally, the land development standards themselves, they're fairly consistent. The tentative map is being implemented and how it's being represented in the PUD. There's not much change. It happened at the same time, so that's effective. So the subdivision map itself, we're only proposing 358 homes with the first 3 phases. So it includes trails, parks, and open space that are integrated throughout the site, as well as the collector roadway on the right-hand side. That is an enhanced parkway. So you can see kind of a tree-lined section that runs through that length. That section, or that collector, does in the future intend to integrate with a regional road project contemplated by Lyon County, and we're providing that section and then completing our section with the phase 4 that will come for this body in the future. So everything else is consistent with the PUD, and I think Lisa's presentation was effective. So if we can go to the conditions. So this has been a fairly collaborative process, not just with like the Friends of Sutro Tunnel, but also with staff. So prior to after the staff report was released, and prior to this hearing, we were able to work through a number of conditions, and we have some amendments that I'll go through the ones that well, first we'll go through the ones that staff agrees with from our understanding. So from condition number 8, the original condition in the staff report indicated that that the project includes a lift station. That's not included in the the sewer report that was submitted. So we propose the amendment if a lift station is proposed with the final design. For condition number 22, this is related to the intersection at US 50 and Fortune Drive. The traffic impact study that was performed indicated that the level of service in future years with the project, with or without the project actually, will degrade in its level of service over time. The project applicant wants to contribute and will contribute based on this condition a proportional share to those improvements through a cost share reimbursement agreement. So the addition was the mechanism for the for that funds to be provided to make those improvements in the future when that the level of service drops below a reasonable level. And it also identified a time frame. So those were the amendments that was from staff's condition. And can we jump to the so condition number 26. We believe this might have been just an error as far as the number that was identified. It was class 250 riprap. That's not a consistent size of riprap. That's in our regional program for erosion control. So class 150 is more consistent with what we're proposing with this. So that was just corrected there. And then
With condition number 28, we're proposing a 14% maximum driveway slope, which is more consistent both regionally and industry standard. The proposal had an 8% slope, which would it's with how it with site grading and the implementation of like how the streets are aligned, it just wasn't going to work for a lot of the lots. And 14% is consistent. It still provides adequate accessibility. In fact, it improves accessibility because of the 8% slope changes how we have to level the homes. So that was a condition that was agreed to by staff to correct. I am going to turn it over to our project engineer to discuss two other conditions that we had concerns with, and he'll have a kind of give you a rundown of what that looks like.
Madam Chair, if I may, I have one question regarding what Carter talked about. You talked about condition number 22. Can you go back to 22, please, Gavin? This one. You're just talking about, because condition 22 has an A through F. So you're just talking about F, or this doesn't tie in. All the others tied in with the conditions that we're seeing in our packet. This one doesn't tie in.
So condition number 22 did have, it was spread out across multiple parts. A lot of those were informational that are included in the staff report. So we just condensed it down to still address all of the required improvements, and we added information as far as how those improvements will be implemented. But it from our perspective, it didn't change the ability for Lyon County to enforce the condition. It was just informational that's already addressed in the staff report. And Lisa, you wanted to add.
I will put up the slides again that show what we're taking out and what they were, what we're taking out, what we're adding. So it'll be very clear.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lisa. Thank you, Carter.
Okay, I guess a question for Lisa. I take it staff is on board with all of these amendments to the conditions?
With the ones you've heard so far.
Yes, with the ones we've heard so far.
Yes,
Okay.
he's agreed to all of those.
Okay,
He's
thank you.
confident with them.
So, yeah, so there's still one condition that we're still trying to sort out. It has to do with the drainage. So condition 23 and 24 have to do with the drainage. We've had a bunch of back and forth, and we understand the county's position that they're trying to protect downstream drainage, make sure those improvements happen properly. And we agree. We feel like the way that it was written initially could have put us on the hook to have to provide a regional drainage solution. Where our project's a small portion of drainage facilities to construct kind of massive regional drainage design and construct that. The developers certainly wants to meet all of the drainage guidelines and code as outlined, and the way we have it proposed right now, it greatly reduces the drainage and flow that's coming down off the hill. And really improves the drainage regionally as we see it, and all of that will be demonstrated in the final design, when we have conceptual design at this point. But we just want to make sure we're protected, that we're not on the hook to pay for an entire regional drainage and then hope to get compensated with reimbursements on the back end. More than willing to pay whatever a proportionate share of our contribution to a regional solution though. And so what we're kind of asking for, and the county can speak to this, is we still need to try to sort out exactly what that language looks like. So we're hoping we can move past and get an approval today, knowing that condition 23 and 24 are still a little bit in flux on the exact language, but the intent's still there.
We're going to put my slides back up and I'll go through them and then hit 23 as well.
Deal. That's what I.
So I've included the entirety of it, so it's very clear. Theirs was succinct and perfect for the discussion, but I want to show. My copy showed that we had and lift station and then added there if a lift station is proposed. We totally agree with that. 22, we're taking 22 out in its entirety. We're fine with the summarized 22 that they have suggested as they've suggested it. Then let's move on, please, for a second. Next slide. There we go. Here you can see the whole thing, the 150 corrected. I probably had a typed a 2 instead of a 1. And then on 28, we're taking out the remainder of that paragraph and leaving it just at 14%. So on those 4, we're in complete agreement. Let's go back to 23. So we agree with the applicant. We need to discuss this more. We need to figure out, we're trying to protect, make sure everything regionally is working, and our intent is to allow flexibility in the improvements both on site and off. So we have a slightly different suggestion at this point to move forward is we take 24 out altogether. We remove those options. We just remove 24 in its entirety. And we change the last sentence of C. C is what they propose to add. And then the first sentence of 24, we're saying, take out all of 24 and add a sentence that I'd like to read in that says all stormwater discharges shall be conveyed to a major drainage facility as defined in the county drainage guidelines, comma, a natural water course, comma, or within an improved drainage system. Sheet flow discharges beyond the project boundary shall not be permitted. I know the applicant doesn't agree with this completely, but this is what we would like to see in there. And then we take it forward with further discussions before it gets to the board. So that is staff's position at this time. I would imagine the applicant has another comment. No?
Before you separate, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Is the 14% slope on your driveways our maximum?
Yes, and they do intend to try to have less where they can.
Okay, because that's difficult to build to when you're building to maximum because you cannot have any,
I can let them speak to it, but I understand you intend to.
and
have-
that's creates a lot of runoff and just in general, so.
Six,
So the question was, Sir Carter Williams, for the record, the question was, not all of them are going to be built to maximum, correct? So the intent is not to.
No, my question was to Lisa, what is that our county standard is our maximum the 14% in our building? I know that's kind of, I mean.
There isn't one, there isn't a.
There's no maximum.
Gavin Henderson, Lane County Community Development Director for the record. So there is no maximum standard in code. While reviewing the tentative subdivision map and the grading plans, there's a lot of topography running through the site. There are instances where we did see a 2-to-1 slope and along the frontages of homes. So the county wanted to be have assurances that those driveways wouldn't get too steep to where residences are, in this extreme case would be sliding out of the driveways into the public right away. So we wanted to, be conscientious of that. And that's why the condition was written. The 12 and 8% is typical for, public roadways. That was taken out of, city of Fernley code, 12% max. And that was, you read the condition as staff currently wrote it. It was just taking account what direction the driveways faced. Obviously 8% was on the north facing driveways because those will hold water for longer extended periods of time. Staff doesn't have an issue with a 14% max as long as we're being conscientious that we're not, being egregious with those driveway slopes.
That just makes ADA compliance with sidewalks and coming off of a curb in those areas difficult. So it's just something to kind of pay attention to.
Understood.
Thank you.
From previous conversations, I don't believe, I think 12.5% is right now shown on the plans.
Yeah, and that's, that's kind of our intent is we like to keep driveway slopes as flat as possible, but sometimes you just get into tricky situations where like one side of the driveway needs to be steeper. Like, you're coming down steep slope, one side steep, one side's shallow, so, it makes it accessible, but you know, on the other side, you're just kind of pigeonholed. And then the other thing, another reason to try to get those driveways just a little bit steeper is then you have the ability to have it flat, you know, where your house walk, lead walk comes out of your front door, it comes into the driveway. We like to keep that kind of flat. And then you can steepen it up from there. And then we also, we don't like to have a bunch of steps from the garage into the house, you know, try to keep that. So that actually, you know, helps with accessibility a little bit if you can get into the garage and not have a bunch of steps. And the best way to do that is to try to steepen up the driveway so that you can keep it flat inside the garage. You don't have that steps up into the house. So that's kind of our intent, but you know, in our final design, we'll certainly try to keep driveway surfaces as flat as practical.
So I guess I have a question for you, Lisa. You're wanting to have a recommendation on these presentations, on these applications?
Yes, ma'am.
With the idea that you're still working through a couple of conditions, which will be finalized by the time it reaches the Board of County Commission meeting?
Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. That is my goal. It's possible we may stand before the board and with two different recommendations, and that's part of what the board does, but we do intend to try to come to a common ground that we're comfortable with.
Okay, here comes Steve.
Steve Wright, I don't want to confuse things, but just to clarify, the staff has made recommendations on the conditions. And that's what you're being asked to consider, and the conditions presented by the applicant today. There may be, I think Lisa's informing you, there may be some slight modifications to those between now and the county commission. But that's really not before you today.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So clarify again for me on the drainage, because drainage is an issue. And if you don't plan for it, it's a problem. And it's not just a problem for your subdivision, it's a problem for everything around. And unfortunately, when you build first and you change the drainage of that area and has big acreages, sometimes you have to build it and get reimbursed. So my concern is that we need to make sure we're looking at the drainage and holding it to the requirements of what we have.
Yes, and that was our intent of this, realizing we might have we need to make sure it applies, and I'm gonna let Gavin speak to that because we wrote this section and I'm just gonna jumble it up.
Can you go, did you take the photos and look back in?
Yes, I did. I'll go to.
So Gavin Henderson, Lyon County Community Development Director for records. So absolutely right. You know, drainage is a high priority for staff. We recognize that we've gone through, you know, drainage, area drainage master plans with various parts of the communities. All those involve the public. So the public is obviously aware of, you know, the flows going throughout the county. The next slide, I think is a better representation. So this is taken from CWSD has a GIS platform. And basically, they have all of our modeling that we've had done through the area drainage master plan process. So this shows the 100-year 24-hour storm in the blue, shows the depth of flow. If the little horseshoe, kind of where the cursor is up top, the west side is the drainage that runs through Traditions North. So again, we want to be conscientious of that flow. The original conditions identified that there is an existing channel on the west side of Traditions, Village 1 and Village 2, going between Sutro Heights and the Traditions subdivision as an opportunity. That is obviously going through the final stages of improvements. We've gone through the Colmar process. There's a condition also in this tentative map that anybody that's in we'll call it the service area, the drainage area north, has to contribute a proportional share. That was part of Traditions Village 2. We've gone through that process, and those improvements will basically tie in that ditch from the basin, which is that darker blue area, kind of following the line. Keep going follow that line all the way down to the darker area,
Mhm.
goes to the basin, outflows there, and then it gets all the way to the river.
Okay.
Through property. So that was option A in the original conditions. Option B, there's also a cutoff channel on the west side of the Lyon County's property, which there's an old rip site, I believe, where you can kind of see the water channelized around the berms. There's a cutoff ditch, that water goes down Enterprise, cuts across, yep, and you can kind of see its flow pattern to where it backs up on US 50 and then gets across and then ultimately discharged in the river. So option A and option B in the staff report and the original conditions, we're taking into account those two situations. Staff, thinks maybe there should be a little bit of design flexibility there. So we did want to propose potentially another condition to where there is flexibility there. And we can kind of go through that process with the developer and figure out maybe there's some creative solutions there that we're not seeing that aren't apparent through previous studies. So in front of the commission today, there's three options. I mean, you can move forward with the conditions as proposed. There are amendments that we have that we think are worth it and allow the applicants some flexibility there. Of course, you can go with the applicants. Recommended changes. So a couple of different options there. Well, I can answer any more questions that the commission may have. The staff's recommendation, based on discussions with the applicant, would be, I guess, our language moving forward. We do want to promote some flexibility. There is a chance to get creative there. We want to give the applicant the ability to do so.
Right.
And not pigeonhole them in the option A or option B.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Chris Baker for the record. Relating to conditions 23 and 24, I think it's really just a timing perspective. Again, this is a short window. Staff reports come out Thursday night. We provided comments to modify conditions. We received essentially rebuttal comments to a condition when we were walking in the door. And we understand that that's very common practice. We just haven't had time to 100% analyze what the effect of the project could be. In a perfect world, yes, we would prefer for our modified condition to be recommended to the board today. But we understand staff's perspective, in an attempt to provide flexibility, which we appreciate, but we need to be able to quantify what that flexibility means and what the impact of the project really is. And we haven't really completely been able to vet that in the hallway. There isn't the opportunity to run, a hydraulic analysis or anything of that nature. So I think what we're doing today is really just reserving the right to continue negotiations on the language of those conditions and make the commission aware that there might be a modification. And if there is so in standard practice in your update report, that would be reported back to this commission. So I think we're fine to move forward with a recommendation today, but we again reserve the right. Our intent is to analyze that and see how it relates to the current drainage master plan and code and really determine what those impacts are. To Dan's comment, and really from the surface, we just want to make sure that we're not providing a regional solution at the cost and maybe the detriment of this development. We understand and completely agree that development should pay its fair share, but we don't want to be in a position where we're, again, I think it was chasing after future projects or even projects that maybe have previously been approved to try and recoup funds for a regional solution. So we just wanted to make sure and put that on the record, and there may be modifications to ensure that, those conditions are worded correctly, that all parties are covered. So that's all.
Thank you.
Steve wants to speak.
Here comes the gentleman.
Steve Wright, District Attorney. Just again to clarify, it is right, they can discuss those conditions between now and the County Commission, but that's not part of the Planning Commission's decision today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have to vote on the conditions.
Lisa.
So there's mud, yes.
Yeah. No kidding. Thank you, Steve, for that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to simplify real quick. So I don't know if I said it, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. We are making a recommendation of approval of this application with the amendments that staff has proposed. With that, we will stand with amendments 8, 22, 26, and 28, as we discussed. We agree with the applicant. And then we request the one I read into the record, which is removing 24, adding that last sentence to C. And that is what we recommend. So I recommend amending, can we put my motion back up? Amending my motion to say, go one more back. There we go. Subject to the amended 34 conditions of approval recommended by staff and as read into the record today.
And shouldn't it say 220.76?
Yes, and if we could make that, thank you, 220.76 acres. Excellent catch, thank you.
We're going to make the motion.
Yes.
Is that what you want said?
With the addition of change it to 34 and at the end recommended by staff today.
So if I just say with the amendments staff has proposed.
Sure.
Okay,
Perfect.
I'll make a motion. Do you need to do public comment or anything?
I do need to do public comment, though. Thank you. I just wanted to get it clear before we got to that point. So in the room, do we have any public comment that would like to speak?
Robin Vegas for the record. So let's not put the, I'm. It seems like the cart's before the heart. But gravity fed sewage, is that gonna go into septic? And is the soil, can septic be put in on those soils? And, water, where's the water coming from for the houses? That, you gotta make sure that water is good. If it's bad, no big deal. Let's just put in a charcoal filter system for that subdivision and, still think I got a couple lots and I wanna get into, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Nash.
Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. There are no septics on this site. It will be connected to Lyon County Utility Sewer. And as for water, they will be connected to Lyon County Utility for that with water rights to be dedicated as required.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Anybody else in here have comments? Does not appear we have anybody else in the room. We are going to go online. Does anybody online have any questions or comments, or just comments? Okay, it does not appear, so we're going to take a motion on 7H.
Commissioner Loomis, I make a motion. Based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners of the request from Traditions North LLC for a tentative subdivision map for 358 single-family residential units, including 116 acres of common area open space, parks and trails, and is generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on an approximately 220.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07, PLZ-2025-095, subject to the 35 conditions of approval and with the 34 conditions of approval, thank you. And with the amendments staff has proposed.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Salas. All those.
We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? 7H passes 7-0.
Aye.
We'll take a motion for 7I.
All right, this is for the names. Commissioner Loomis, I'll make a motion. Based on the aforementioned finding, I move that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners of the request from Traditions North LLC to reserve street names for the Traditions North residential development generally located north of the intersection of Nevada Station and Rock Creek Parkways in Dayton on an approximately 220.76 acre parcel, APN 016-406-07, PLZ 2025-098. Subject to the one condition.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded by, sorry.
It was seconded by Commissioner Sells again. We'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. Okay, moving on. We are going to combine as well 7J and 7K. It is 1:11. I'm just going to let the board know I have to leave at 1:30 to catch a flight. Can I do that? Yes.
And I'm flying with her, so just you'll know.
Commissioner Jones will take over. So as we're going into 7J for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a major variance application to allow for a reduction setbacks for an expansion of the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic PV solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum RR20 zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabasca, Mason Valley on an approximately 280-acre portion of a 1,593-acre parcel. APN 014-091-20 PLZ-2025-096. And 7K for possible action to forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners for the request from Lux Solar LLC for conditional use permit for expansion of the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic PV solar energy facility on the land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum RR-20 zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabasca, Mason Valley on approximately 280-acre portion of a 1,593-acre parcel. APN 014-091-20 PLZ-2025-085. And we have again, Miss Lisa Nash.
Lisa Nash, Senior Planner. Thank you, Commissioners. These are our last two. My slideshow is a little hefty. We've got a lot to go through, and I'm running the major variance with the conditional use permit because they go hand in hand. So moving on. The property is located west of the intersection of Highway 95A and the Union Pacific Railroad tracks as shown on the map to the left. The red outline encompasses the entire plan. That's their previous CUP plus the addition of 280 acres. The 280 acres is in the light green. Please catch me at any point if I misstep. This is a little bit complicated and I will gladly have the applicant correct anything. On the right, this is the property in question outlined in yellow, and the blue area is the 280 acre portion of the 1,593 acre parcel. So portions of this parcel to the east mainly, south and east, are part of an existing CUP approved in 2019 and then approved again with an extension in 2023. That's under a different report. So that project included the construction and operation of a commercial solar power generating facility over an approximately 1,140 acre area on 4 parcels. So go forward. Here's a couple pictures the applicant provided to us. This is looking from the south boundary. This is specifically looking at the area in question for the 280 acres. The one on the right is facing north, and then this is from the northwest corner of the project area facing southeast. So from the master plan, the project site is within the Mason Valley Land Use District. It's located within the Rural Character District in northern Mason Valley. And you can see the stars where the site is located. It's designated as agriculture. The subject parcel is zoned RR5 under the expired Title 10. That's Rural Residential District, 5th Rural Residential District, 20 acres. It is subject to RR20, Rural Residential 20 acre minimum zoning standards per the current code, Title 15, and through the zoning consistency matrix. You can see the surrounding properties are rural residential, 20 acres, pretty much undeveloped, and then heavy industrial, designated suburban on our maps, I believe it should be HIR, but that's what the zoning development is around. So they've asked for a major variance setback request. This is due to the new code that was recently adopted that requires 1 mile from a lake, intermittent stream, and a half mile from a parcel with an existing residential use. In this application, they're asking for a 47% reduction in the intermittent stream/lake setback and the residential setback, 39%. When you look at the property is owned by the same person who is, the residential property is owned by the larger parcel that was in question here. And the residence itself is actually 3,700 feet away from the boundary of the expansion. The reduction in setbacks has some benefits. It does allow the expansion area to remain hidden behind the approved CUP areas and the proposed photovoltaic fields. We are looking at this as a major variance because it exceeds the 10% and it requires approval by the Board of County Commissioners. So when we get into the conceptual site plan, the 280 acre expansion is proposed to construct approximately 19 megawatt photovoltaic solar array. The entrance, it's a little hard to see on here, and I maybe should have blown it up a little more, but you can see the white circles. So there's a north entrance that addresses the solar fields to the east. There is a middle entrance, which is going to go into pretty much the middle of the site. And then there is this, I circled the entrance. It's not really the entrance to the site, but the intersection of Sierra Way and Highway 95A is that will lead to their actual entrance to the site at Sierra Way and Butte. I believe it's Butte Way. I could be wrong. And I'm going to show that real quick so it's clear. So we have an entrance here to serve this. We have an entrance here to serve this area, and then they will come down here and enter here to serve the remainder. Sorry, that might not have been crystal clear in the pictures, but I wanted to make it very clear what we're looking at. This is a conceptual site plan. It is subject to buildings permit review and will have have to be finalized. These locations of the fields, that's the acreages they're allowed to use. They may shift slightly. This may differ a little bit, but it gives you a good idea. Now, the approval of the CUP is dependent upon approval of the major variance request. If the major variance request, you feel the findings can't be met, then this doesn't go forward with the CUP. So let's talk about the project details. Traffic's big. Our applicant has delayed, they were on a previous agenda. They delayed waiting because they wanted to get their traffic report in and get response back from NDOT. They got the response back, which I included in your packets, as well as their response, which they worked with staff, took our input, edited it, made sure we felt comfortable and sent it back. They do expect that second response and potentially an approval of the project before we go to the Board of Commissioners. It's well within the time from when they resubmitted to the hearings. So a little bit of details. The study, I have it all here, but the study evaluates the intersections at Sierra Way, Ramsey Weeks Cutoff, and 4 potential access drives. They have chosen to drop 1 drive when they were redoing their traffic analysis. At NDOT's request, they were asked to include the addition of the Monarch Data Center construction traffic, and you can see that in the updated report. Also looking at left turn lanes and a temporary signal at Sierra Way and Highway 95A. So the conclusions that came back were the temporary traffic signal is going to be needed. I think it's going to be needed or triggered by all the projects in the area regardless. And and improve traffic operations during the high volumes. So the construction phase is expected to be about 13 months. They expect at the peak, the most at any time, 66 truck trips and 700 vehicle trips. The 700 vehicle trips is based on 350 workers coming and going. And that's not expected to be every day or last the duration of the project. That is the construction phase. The operational phase traffic is expected to be 1 to 2 vehicle trips a day, or I guess it would have to be at least 2, come in and go out. So 2 vehicle trips a day daily, mainly for maintenance and keeping things going. Let's see, we talked about the entrance where it will be, and in the traffic study, that's called Access D for the Sierra Way and Butte Way. The applicant can definitely provide more specific traffic or operational details if you have questions. So moving on, this part of the site is why it wasn't probably originally considered. It's going to take a little more steps through development to get it approved, but it is within the FEMA floodplain firm maps zone A, which means they do have to come in for a floodplain development permit. They may be looking at a CLOMAR from FEMA. All of that's to be determined, but again, solar has a low impact on flooding, so we're not terribly concerned about it. We did bring out, clearly put in the conditions and in the staff report what we expected. And they are also required to obtain approval from Walker River Irrigation District. We have had comments back and spoken with them, and they feel as long as the permitting and everything's done correctly, they don't have a problem with the project. So with that, do you guys have any questions for me on the biggies of flooding and traffic?
Right.
No? Okay, then we'll go into the findings. So the findings for major variances and conditional use. Major variance is chapter 15.203.06B, and for the conditional use permit, they have chapter 15.230.06 for the conditional use. And then they have to answer to the siting requirements for solar generation commercial, which is 15.336.09D. So the highlights for the major variance. This, I really would like the applicant to speak to more, but the justification is based on if they were to move it somewhere else, they're going to fragment, or they're going to have to duplicate existing roads, existing infrastructure. They're calling it new linear infrastructure and uplands, not being able to reuse the proposed roads for the existing, increasing disturbance to surrounding areas, expanded grading, and potentially pulling them where they're not hidden behind the already existing CUP. So they bring them more into a visual view shed. The visual impact pictures that were in the report, that's the fields that are already approved in the previous CUP. That's what you're going to see. They're not going to add anything to the view shed that way, because they're kind of tucked in behind. So then they have to address the circumstances or conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the same land use. This property is uniquely shaped, located with respect to the intermittent stream and prior CUP approvals. And I should have discussed that. So Gavin did some additional research, and it is what they were calling a lake in their application material. Actually isn't designated a lake. It comes from the wells, right, that are pumping out their agricultural wells that pump out there. So they have created an intermittent stream and said, still the same setback, but that's why we're using intermittent stream, because did some additional research and realized it doesn't seem to be listed as a lake with the state. So I thought I'd clarify that before I went further. And then granting of the variance will not result in material damage or impairment other properties, plus substantial impairment of natural resources or the usual detriment to public health and safety. We feel the proposed setback of 2,700 feet from the intermittent stream and the 1,600 feet setback from the residential property will not cause any harm to natural resources or to other, to the residents, not detrimental to other properties. We recognize this is a large reduction, but I don't believe it's unwarranted. Plus, the existing CUP butts up right against the intermittent stream. This is at least setting back from it, an improvement. I know it's not strictly meeting what the new code was, but I feel they're within the spirit of it and attempted to make the setbacks as far as they could. let's see, any questions on the major variant?
I think we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
She's not correct.
What was I gonna ask? Well, it had to do with, this is an ongoing kind of a project too, right? They're in the midst of doing a lot of this stuff, and so they would have to change right mid-gear.
I believe you guys have started planning the project, but they have not done
Okay,
anything on the field or
alright.
have any building or
Okay,
grading
thanks.
permits, et cetera.
Thank you.
I can whip through this real quick and then if you need to. I have one more page. Okay. So the highlights for the conditional use, these are the standard, I listed in my report what policies it meets. They've concurrently submitted the major variance. They're gonna have to meet all the conditions in this CUP and everything associated with it, as well as mass grading plans, floodplain development applications, working with Walker River. And they did address the construction phase impacts and how they may generate additional traffic. But it's temporary and the improvements they would make. So I will wrap that up there. Unless you have any additional questions.
Prior to the applicant giving their
Yes.
report, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Oh, the applicant's gonna skip that?
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Well, we're still going to take a 5-minute break so they can use the restroom since we skipped lunch. It's 1:27. We'll be back in 5 minutes. And I'm going to excuse myself and Commissioner Mark Jones will take over moving forward. Thank you.
Good job, would have been done if I didn't have.
We're just at the point where I have staff recommends approval of the condition of the major variance with the conditions on it and also of the CUP with the as condition. So,
And it was your comment that they are waiving any presentation?
yeah.
Good job.
They had extra about their business and their operations, but it's been a long day.
It
so
has been, yeah.
Unless you have
Okay.
specific questions for that.
Do any commissioners have any questions? Seeing none, is there any public comment in the room here? Good thing I went to the restroom.
The record, this is Robin Biggs. President Trump's big, beautiful bill. You can't bring, this is a little different, but it's horse before the cart or the cart before the horse. You cannot bring these mega solar panels in here. They're from 95% of the solar panels are coming from China, and that is against the law at this point. I have sent group emails to the city and the county officials and attorneys. So, you know, I could be wrong on my research. I did go to public school, but and I'm technologically challenged, but we need to know what in the future, we need to know what panels they're bringing in for these. And I also included on those large emails Senator Robin Titus. And she had gotten back to me, and I'm afraid I'm going to lose that. I texted what she responded to me. So there's Robin, and those are the photo whatever things. Here's Senator Titus quote. Hello, Robin. Thank you for your thoughtful email. I just have gotten to my emails after a busy day. How did the meeting go? You are absolutely correct regarding the pushback from the Trump administration regarding solar projects and panels made in China. The thirst for our energy increases. We need to find ways to quench it. Solar has its place, but only in thoughtful locations and not at the cost of our very fragile locations. Best wishes, Senator Robin Titus. This is not a place for solar. Either in Mineral County either. And I don't know why Bureau you're in the affairs at the federal level and the BLM at the federal level. And this land being swapped is they're doing it from Carson City, and what my research shows that they can't do that.
No.
This is the 1 minute left. Who's got 1 minute? They get 3 minutes.
Done.
She's done. Thank you. Any comments online? If not, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Unless Lisa has anything. Commissioner Merritt, for the record. Based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the planning commission recommend approval to the board of commissioners. The request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a major variance application to allow for reduction in setbacks for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic solar energy facility on land subject to RR20 rural residential minimum of 20 acres zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabuska, Mason Valley on an approximately 280 acre portion of 1,593 acre parcel APN 014-091-2 PLZ 2025-096 with the 8 conditions listed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any sustained? Okay, it passes 6-1. 5-1, I'm sorry, we lost somebody here, didn't we? Yeah. All right. The vote file. Okay, we're at agenda 7K. For possible action to forward recommendation to the Board of County Supervisors, Commissioners for the request for Lux Solar Center LLC for conditional use permit for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic PV solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum RR20 zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabuska, Mason Valley, on an approximately 280 acre portion of a 1,593 acre parcel. APN 0140-091-20 PLZ 2025-085.
Subject to the 24
Subject
conditions.
to the 24 conditions.
No, I'm just, well, it doesn't say that in it. Oh my God, it's.
He's not doing it.
Just reading it to the agenda.
Yeah, I'm just reading it from the agenda.
That's fine.
Yeah, so. All right, Lisa, go ahead, you're on.
No,
Nope, we need a second.
Okay,
Go ahead, you open.
No, I'm just reading off our first sheet.
Wait,
That wasn't a motion.
so stop, Commissioner Sarasola read that earlier. So we had them both read off the agenda, and then we're ready for a motion, I think, on this item. This was heard as part of my presentation.
So.
All right, this was read before we took our little break.
Yes.
Yes.
So you just need to.
All right, is there any public comment on that? The judge is here, does he want to say something? No, okay. Is there any public online, comments online? Seeing none. I'll call for the vote.
I'll make a motion. Wendy Loomis.
We already have.
Based on the aforementioned findings, I move that the planning commission recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners of the request from Lux Solar Center LLC for a conditional use permit for an expansion to the existing Lux Solar project approved in 2023 to construct and operate a photovoltaic PV solar energy facility on land subject to rural residential 20-acre minimum RR20 zoning located in the northern portion of the parcel at 55 Butte Way in Wabuska, Mason Valley, on an approximately 280 acre portion of a 1,593 acre parcel, APN 014-091-20, PLZ 2025-085, subject to the 24 conditions of approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Again, 5-1, approved. Thank you, I think, Lisa, I think that's got it.
Thank you, commissioners. I think I'm done.
Thank you for your outstanding work today. Thank you so much. And all right. Community Development Director, number 8.
Gavin Anderson, Community Development Director for the record. No comments today. Appreciate everyone for the lengthy meeting. Staff's obviously been pretty busy, but appreciate the time and attention put in the application. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any commissioner statement, Ms. Wendy?
I actually have something.
okay.
So I would like to see more feedback from our community as far as our CAD groups. When I first started here, we were getting way more. I feel like it's fallen off. People come and tell us what they said, what they heard, but if we're not there, we don't know for sure, and we need that feedback. If it's something that's important, they need the feedback.
Some of it has to do with timing of their meetings and,
Commissioner.
oh, Commissioner Allen. Some of it has to do with timing of their meetings, like I know the Dayton cab chair talked to me and said that they were unable to hear the traditions application or make comment on it because it didn't fall within their meeting timeframe, so. But he said he was working with Lisa on it, and I was. Okay
Commissioner
with that.
Sal, I'll tell you though, Audrey, I'm gonna say it. When we first started, their meetings seemed to work out. We were getting way more feedback. We are now not getting feedback, and I think that that's important for everyone in the community. If they're gonna be on the CAD, we need to make that work for them and figure out. Because what happens is then we end up getting feedback later and they don't necessarily like what we came back with. They don't like the approval because that's not what they recommended, but yet we got no recommendation. So that becomes a problem if we have a CAD group, our planning commission, and no communication. So.
Commissioner Jones, I have a comment. We require our secretary to send that in, I believe, within 24 hours of the CAD meeting to the county for minutes for Smith Valley. But I think the problem we have with CAB is they need to be trained again. We have so many new people on CAB, they have no idea what they're supposed to even be doing. And I'd like to see if maybe the county can get somebody to speak to the CABs. You know. Or make us go through one of those video test things. Yeah, we just did.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So we do annual training for the CAB members. We have it scheduled here for April, and we'll be going through that. I do want to point out, though, that with the citizen advisory boards, they actually report directly to the Board of County Commissioners, not the Planning Commission.
Correct.
So we do our best to try and get those letters of transmittal when they're available to the Planning Commission, but they're really aimed at the Board of County Commission.
I know Smith Valley has 4 out of 5 of them are brand new.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's nice we have a full staff, but they're all brand new. Yeah. Okay. Any other commissioner comments? Okay. All right, we're down to the last item. I just had one comment for the record that these setbacks on this particular project that we just heard consume 17.57% of the acreage in the project. That's a lot of acreage not to take advantage of for a business. That's a huge acreage. So it almost feels like the taking of their land a little bit, make it where they can't do anything on that land. So, but I just wanted to comment on that. So I'm very happy that the planning department recommended approval on that. Okay, we're public comment participation here. No action will be taken on any item until this properly agendized. Members of the public who wish to address the planning commission may approach the podium and speak on matters related to the Lyon County Planning Commission, but not on items appearing on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person or topic. It will not be restricted based on viewpoint. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we adjourn. Thank you. 1:47. I got a Donald Trump watch. It's behind. I don't know what.